Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Lovely to see you all. My name is Nondumiso Lwazim Simanga, and I'm going to be moderating this fantastic panel. In case you can't tell, I'm really excited. So I'm going to start with introductions as just briefly through some of the amazing work that our three panelists have done. And I want to remind you that our panel is called Women and Music. We're talking about the influence, role, and lyrics in pop, hip hop, amapiano, etc., etc. I think they forgot poetry in that list for this panel. So at the very far right, we start with Gigi Lamaine. Born Genesis Gabriella Tina Manny, Gigi Lamaine is a South African award-winning extraordinaire and has taken the world by storm with her charismatic stage presence, abilities. The rapper, singer, songwriter, and poet all describe the multifaceted nature of this artist. Her poetic skills were developed at the tender age of 11, having her first poem published. It was titled Valentine's Day at the Poetry under the anthology Fairy Tale Moon. And Gigi Lamaine has developed her unique writing skills and her rap career from the age of 16, drawing inspiration from the likes of Jean Grey, Bob Marley, Brenda Fassie, and Tupac Shakur. And as we were getting ready, I heard Gigi tell Tony Blackman that she was also an influence too. Gigi Lamaine's talent was realized at an exchange program in the UK under the Richard Branson Scholarship Program at the Stowe School, not Soweto, ew, South African, the Stowe School in Buckingham, runner-up position, as well as at the DCS Showdown East District in 2011, where she scooped the award in the category Best in Rap. Next to Gigi Lamaine is Eavesdrop. Is born Monisha Skuman. Eavesdrop is a social activist, a hip-hop lyricist and performer from Parkwood in the Cape Flats. Eavesdrop has been recording and performing her work as a solo artist since 2002. Her approach to her art has allowed her to enter into the extended disciplines of theater and performance, script writing, workshopping, and social activism. She uses hip hop to highlight the daily struggles of a community and those who face injustice, inequality, political, and cultural apathy. Yay, you can hear it's a writer. Many other issues. Eavesdrop's inspiration comes from the trials and tribulations of the people amongst whom she lives and from her spiritual perspective about life in general. Eavesdrop, rhyming, is the process of her awakening to action for freedom. I feel like I'm going to struggle to ask you questions because you are very clear about what you do. Yeah. All right. Eavesdrop has also performed with a crew called Abnormal Detail and spent 2006 backpacking in London for 6 months. There are many, many very interesting things in Eavesdrop's biography that make me think there should be a book, a memoir, perhaps. I'm just saying. And next to Eavesdrop is Tony Blackman. And Tony Blackman, for those of you who are new to this incredible artist, is one of the first hip hop artists to be selected by the US Department of State. And Tony Blackman has worked as a hip-hop ambassador, something that I'm quite keen to hear much more of. Tony Blackman's work has taken her to prestigious venues such as summer stage events, the UN, Brooklyn Academy of Music, Carnegie Hall, Kennedy Center, Apollo Theater, and many, many, many more lucrative places. Tony Blackman has shared stages with the likes of Erykah Badu, Yassine Bey, KRS-One, The Roots, Lupe Fiasco. I could read this like a rap on its own. Her new music is a blend of hip-hop, soul, Senegalese, and Afrobeats music. I've also heard that Tony Blackman speaks multiple languages and has an interest in words beyond the English language. Tony Blackman is a pioneer in hip-hop theater education and has worked both behind and in front of the camera, serving as a curator and creative consultant for TV and film, art presentations, and cultural festivals. We know from this afternoon that Tony Blackman is also an incredible facilitator of writing workshops. So thank you to those who presented their pieces today. It was really lovely to hear those. And I'll finish off a long, long biography that includes Tony Blackman has been a keynote speaker at Warner Music in New York and is an Echoing Green Fellow, a Soros or OSI Fellow. Recently received a New York State grant to complete her hip-hop meditation album, with new music set to release at the end of the year. Tony Blackman also has books that are sitting in front of her, and I'm sure we can find out how to get hold of those from you. A round of applause for our panel. So I wanted to start by asking about the lyrics, the poetry, the words. And I'm going to start with you, Tony. And yes, are you also Tony, I'm going to ask you to tell us about your interest in meditation and rap. So I was listening to Woke Up This Morning.
Yes.
Which includes meditation ain't just for the
monks all Zen. Who be grinding.
Yes.
You gotta know it's for the people, whether you pray to Allah or kneeling at a steeple.
And also then says, you and me could set our minds free so to get through it. Can you please tell us about your interest in writing and why you're interested in writing about meditation right now?
I think anyone that's gone through life life has been lifing for them for a long time, you tap into tools to help you. Meditation, one of the things that helps me cope. I found meditation in the context of the cipher. We would do lyrical meditations. And I noticed that when you have a cipher that has some structure to it and some basic ground rules so the energy is being managed and everyone is committed to maintaining the vibe, then the cipher itself becomes a meditation. And so for me, freestyling is a spiritual practice. I use freestyle to relax. I use freestyle to connect with others, to manage my energy, not to show off, not to battle, but to just get grounded and remind me of what it means to be a creator. So all artists are creators. All that means we each have power. We each can heal. We can uplift. One song can change the minds of 1 million. That's power. And that's why. So I use meditation to keep grounded. I'm also an overly sensitive, empathic being who, so meditation helps keep me sane. Yeah.
You can hear why she art hip-hop ambassador. I'm going to, yes, thank you. Come to you, eavesdrop, and pick up on that piece because you have referenced in your work and in your piece, Cape Flats Kung Fu, from your very first EP, which is called Scrolls of the Unseen. Eavesdrop says, what you know about Cape Flats isn't all true. And says, if you can't see with your third eye, you become a statistic. Can you tell us a little bit more about this art of writing, of meditation, and why hip hop is the way that you move?
Thanks for that. I think those words is very important because you get to influence yourself, you get to influence others intentionally or unintentionally. But I think when it's intentional, it can go a lot further. And I think you can use words to create worlds. Sometimes you find yourself in a world that you don't agree with, that you don't feel welcome in, that you don't feel safe in. And I think the way out of that, for me at least, is words. So when I construct, I'm able to create separation between myself and the experience or the environment, which allows me a different perspective. I also think that writing and words and creating spell and rhyme and poetry and lyrical thinking is how we work with energy and how we transform, but also how we manifest, right? So you can literally write yourself into or out of a situation because what it requires is visualization. And if you're able to visualize, that's the first step to taking the step. So I wrote Cape Flats Kung Fu with the understanding that to be able to survive in some environments, you have to be able to practice some form of mental martial, able to transcend your circumstances inside in order for you to not allow what's happening on the outside to affect you, because you are spirit before you are anything else. Matter is the last form. Everything starts in the spirit realm, and the energy can never die. It's only when we are bamboozled into believing or forgetting that we are first. And so mental martial arts is for me a practice, and lyrics is how I get to speak about that without sounding like a complete weirdo. Yeah.
Mental martial arts. Nazoge. Yes, I mean, I also want that workshop. I'm just saying, where's Roshni? Let's schedule it in, please. Going to come to Gigi Lemaine. And Gigi, I want to ask you to tell us, please, about the pieces Ipupo and ice cream. And these two might sound very different pieces to be
Very
talking
different.
about, right? And very much not on the meditative scale as such. But you say in Ipupo, abangani bahle bangami, ngizofela amaphupho ami. And beshu. You say you've never been to a club. Ngizithandela ukudla kwami. And something about your writing also seems to continue to touch on the spiritual in one way or another. And I was interested in how you come to writing and what these practices mean for you and what your practice is.
Wow, it is quite a juxtaposition. For me, I think I've always been playful. I think in my approach to anything, people have always asked me what ice cream was really about, and I think I've answered this so many times, and I think everyone kind of came to their own conclusions. But it was really about the economy, the boys opening up, excuse me, the boys opening up the industry for us. I mean, hitting the scene, I think I was about 16, pro kid, Kulichana, and there was a lot of, I had to prove myself quite a bit to kind of balance out the lyricism with still ikoyo kuba ingane yaseGasi. I think that's one of my biggest flexes. I love the rags to riches story. When we look at a Cuesta, a big Zulu, and painting that picture, sesitweka ngamabheshu, iphuzi chemistry flow, phethwe yini, chill, and it's a little bit of Zulu, that's the color popping, and almost I think the biggest thing that I'm an advocate for is women playing the lead. I think for the longest time, especially within the it's kind of been, put in the back, and we've been comfortable with that. So, I mean, myself, Nadia, we've kind of had to play the role of the pioneers coming into the industry to open up for the girls that are currently out now, the Keikis, the D Koalas, Indigo Stella, all the girls who are doing amazing things. And I think just being able to relate. I mean, besenza masaife Gandhi Square, McDonald's, that's where I come from, the likes of Maraza and Kirex, being the only girl in that circle, and how much that you carry. So I think you know me. And just being able to carry that weight, not only from the streets of Jersey, but like now getting it on radio and making sure that there's that balance, And I think the biggest thing with SA hip hop is, the minute you go soft, you've fallen off, this and that and the other. But the stories must still be told. And there's multitudes of people who need to hear these stories, especially from young girls. So I'm super chuffed to see that young lady over there. She reminds me of myself at 11, and I think that was an amazing performance. So shout out to you.
Thank you. So I want to continue on this thread around writing and the work of poetry that you do inside of what is in popular culture, hip hop or pop or amapiano or whatever kind of genre you step into. And I want to start with you, Gigi, and I want to ask you about writing as poetry, right? You spoke just now about how you've constantly had to prove yourself and your lyricism and so on. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's in that intimate space of actually just telling that story and what writing and creating poetry and really working on the lyricism is about for you?
The fun fact is that I always enjoyed my creation. Love that. Wits, that was one of my majors as well. So even the name Gigi Lemaine was an acrostic poem. Gigi, my name Genesis, and Gabriella, and then the Lemaine from Gabriella, my surname Manny. So mixing that, I guess, with everything else that, I've listened to growing up, as well as like that nothing is silly, nothing is silly with creative writing, and the way you express it is what it is. So I think for me, the biggest thing is definitely the theory behind it. I enjoy that and putting it together. I enjoy my alliterations and stuff. I don't know if you but I just enjoy also just the mixing of, I speak 4 languages. So just being able to also do that. And I think abantu baseMzansi, we should be proud of that. We know at least like 2 or 3 other languages, So Vernac, I'm telling you, is, the gateway into the rest of the world. You can't go somewhere and want to sound like someone who's already doing it there. Embrace that as much as we can. The power is in our tongues. So many languages we speak. Who's got like 11 languages and so many cultures around, so many things to play with. And I think for me, that's that. Like the lyrics are just Super Saiyan mode because there's so many languages, so many people.
What kind of poem? Yes. What kind of poem did you say your name is?
An acrostic poem.
Yeah. And you can clap again. Because there's something about how you do what you do that may, and we don't realize that there's so much finesse behind how you have thought about what the words are and what they're doing, and your nerd zone, really. I'm wearing a badge that says book nerd. You noticed earlier, nerd zone, but in being able to take it into the different forms that you're able to take it into, then it's extremely playful and just joyful and wonderful. And you skipped over the kind of the spiritual connection I was also looking at, because I've listened to your lyrics, and there is a way that you're also working in spiritual ideas so playfully that, you know, we're like, yes, as though it's nothing, but we all know that it is something. We're talking, you know, there's so many other places where I hear the kind of the ancestral, the spiritual coming into different places where it feels like some people might not, yeah, place it there. But that playful energy is also something that I find so exciting about, you know, how spirit and how people who are in hip hop and so on right now are bringing it to young people in such an interesting way. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Firstly, ngingane dlozi, that is true. I come from a lineage of healers. My late grandfather is from northern Matabeleland. My late great grandmother was Utina Wakasiziba, so she was Iwosana, in Bedi terms, a rain queen, Mujaji. So I've always felt like, most probably in this lineage, I'm supposed to be the narrator. You know, the fact that you have so many young kids looking up to you, it's important to kind of throw in those subtleties for people to go out and, you know, find out who they are. You know, like personally, I'm not a wig girl, but I had a shoot yesterday. But I call it my cap, you know. But I mean, there's a song that's recently come out just about hair politics as well, that relates a lot more to us, of the writer, the Moses of the clan, the people that came before me. And my gift actually manifested throughout my career when I started to where I am now. And the idea is that there are lots of people that can be saved in the club too. In the fun places when people are lit and dancing and about where they come from, not necessarily the controlled environments like church. So I try to be as relative as possible, even in my writing, so that I'm approachable when you want to learn something from me.
Amako.
So
And I'm going to bring this one now back to Tony, and the, you know, the idea that people can be found in the club where it's lit, and that's where you can reach people. I mean, that first piece that I was talking about, you say peace is lit too, and in your work as ambassador, as a cultural activist, as a somebody who works with reaching people through hip hop, can you tell us about how you have navigated first actually that kind of the level of cultural diplomacy and bringing hip hop into I think the purview of that kind of level of work, of saying that hip hop can make a difference at this level. And then can you tell us more then about that work and what you actually did?
So, so I think I was already doing a lot of hip hop work in the community and with my Cypher workshop, and it attracted all kinds of people, right? All kinds of people would come. And then the elders would sometimes come to see what's going on over there with all that rapidy rap and appreciation for it over time. And I remember being in Senegal, my first diplomatic assignment as an American cultural specialist, and it felt like a hip hop heaven because of the griot tradition in Senegalese culture. It's very, very present. Like you trying to eat your fish, and someone's walking. Yo, I knew your grandpa, and they're about to spit the story now, and everybody has to listen and give them, a little change. There's this culture, so there was a respect level for the young people rapping. And so it was easy to go from 0 to 60 in terms of people getting open and being at the National School of the Arts. And everyone warned me about being this young Black woman in an African Muslim country. And I needed to be mindful and what was going to happen. And what happened was there was two older men sitting in the back in traditional garb, head to toe. And after my And I get emotional when I think about this because one of them, he took my hand and it was almost like he started to pray over me. And then he told the translator to tell me to keep doing what I was doing and that it was time to come home and to show the young people what they see on radio and TV is not the only way. And when I say they celebrated me, they uplifted me, they affirmed me, and then prayed over me in this space. A young woman. And that was when I was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Of course, I went to Ghana the next time and was teaching a bunch of teachers, and there was a teacher who showed up 2 hours late, because it was already on Ghana time, so it was already late. So that meant he was 3.5 hours late, and he fell asleep in the front row. But he woke up when I was finished to answer questions. What is this rubbish? Degree. Kimmy Kim Kim and Doggy Dog. Who calls himself a dog? Are you not ashamed? And we had a deep conversation because that was the first time in my life I ever challenged an elder. Because I was raised, don't say nothing. But that also was the point, challenging this elder in a respectful way. It's helped me to mature. And I have friends who are radical activists who have such an issue with me working with the government. And so I no longer am bothered by their critiques. I was like, you have on Nikes. And you just drank a Coca-Cola. And your father works for the I work with Africa. I got to know Africa because of this work. I have lifetime relationships. We met so long ago, we don't even remember when. And this is the work. The work is about connection, and it's bigger than the government. And like Dead Press says, it's bigger than hip hop. And so we show up. I wish the American ego wasn't flying so close over me, because there's a lot going on over there in my homeland. I'm sure y'all watching the news. And I'm not down with a lot of it. But I also, as an artist and a citizen, I get to say that, and I get to be that. And I'm not sure if I answered your question.
You answered and more. And more.
Okay.
I want to clap at the end of every response. I'm going to ask now about this idea of doing this work, working through words, through hip hop, through spirit, through energy, all of what the work is, and doing a connection. So I'm going to come next to you, Eavesdrop, because that's a really big part of your work as somebody who works from community, in community, through community. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work as a social activist and really working with connection? Because part of what Tony just highlighted now is also that hip hop poetry, rap, whatever you're calling it at the time, whatever form you're using, is also connecting people through different generations. And people like to think as though older people did not rap and they don't do poems, as though it's something that we do only when we're teenagers. So can you tell us a bit more about your work? Yeah.
So I think for me, the beautiful thing about the arts and hip hop in particular is the fact that it it brings people together, and it makes life and individuals feel and seem a lot less intimidating, right? Because the spirit of hip hop, in my opinion, is playful, and that's what I'm hearing from everyone today on this panel, is that there's a level of playfulness, but there's also a level of vulnerability. Earlier on, when we were needing to do the freestyle warm-ups, it required, for me at least, remembering to be a child. Because children just have fun. They don't worry about, is it right or wrong, you know? And I use creativity and my discipline in hip hop through rhyme. I use that as a way to go out to people and shake their hands. Because as I grow older, I'm a lot more introverted. I'm a lot more shy than I was when I was much younger. But hip hop gives you this ability to have something to go to someone with and say, I have an offering for you. We might not have much in common, and that's how I approach my community work, because hip hop is made up of many different elements, and I feel like we say there's right? But one of those is knowledge of self. And knowledge of self dictates in hip hop that you need to spend time cultivating who you are. You need to be able to go out there and you need to be able to represent something. Even if you're not sure of it, you have to represent something. And so in step, you realize that it only happens in community. It cannot happen in isolation, right? And once you take that step into community, you realize that everything is hip hop. And that for me is the beautiful part about it. So the pastor next door to me is hip hop. Like even the gangster is hip hop, you know? And there's this thing that happens when you approach people from that vulnerable, creative space that hip hop for me gives me the agency to do, and they open up to you as well. And they say, hey, I see you doing this thing. I don't necessarily understand. Talking about some of the issues we're experiencing. How can we do this thing together? How can we make it better? The other thing that really drives working with community and staying grounded in that way for me is the fact that my people are seen as one thing because of the beast that is the media, right? And it's important, I think, that we remember that the media is there as a fairy tale to entertain us, but mostly with salacious news, right? What's really happening on the ground is beautiful. And so I feel like we have the responsibility of helping each other tell our actual stories, right? We need to reclaim, say, this is who I am, not who you want me to be. They've written books about us. They send in anthropologists to study us. It's never ending. We're constantly being examined and experimented on. And I'm saying, how in the light of that do we take back our power? And the only way for us to do that is to come together in community, and even if it means that we start to discuss some of the issues that we're experiencing. But we need to be able to break it down. We need to be able to say, yes, this is happening, it's not right, but I have agency. And what does that agency look like? We can only determine what that agency looks like when we come together to discuss it with each other. In Parkwood, where I lived for 36 years of my life. And they're trying to use football to reach young minds. They're trying to use church and youth groups, you know, but they're struggling. And we realize that the reason that some of us are struggling is because we haven't take the time to figure out our own trauma. And so we're doing some trauma release work at the moment, which involves a lot of what people might consider strange practice, like shaking, laying on the ground, breathing even. You know, people don't see the power in breath. People don't see, and we learn that as MC. And if you can't flow, then you're stagnating. And we all know what happens with stagnant water, right? So it's really just a process of taking it back all the time and constantly reevaluating and doing that in unity with people.
Gorgeous. Breathe, you can't flow. I want to come to Tony again and pick up on that idea of now the connection between breath and words and agency and being able to work in community. How you... But I'm interested in how you have both worked on the ground and on the stage to do the work of releasing people, of bringing people into community through the art, being able to take the breath, able to speak the things that are happening right now, that need to happen, that we need access to. Can you tell us about now going from the ground to the stage and activating that breath?
Well, I think it's inner work, about developing yourself, about filling the voids that are within you, about confronting the trauma, because it's gonna come up eventually, right? And it's about looking in the mirror and being able to look in the mirror. A lot of people can't look at the mirror at themselves for too long. It's about being able to look into your own eyes. So doing whatever it is you gotta do, whether it's healing, seeing traditional healers, seeing therapists, doing energy work, journaling, writing, we must get ourselves to a point, because if we don't do that, then you end up with tragic endings like some of our greats, because they avoided the work. And so I think we are at a time where people realize, oh, I can't get around this. Harness your power on that stage. You have to get and make impact and be high vibration and be truly creative and not just be a great messenger, but have good music. Oh, yo, baby, that's a whole lot of work. That's a whole lot of work. And a lot of people, it makes it look easy. But they forget the time she spent going to dance class and doing acting coaching, which had nothing to do with the music, or the time she sat struggling with a poem and she got a C+ instead of the A, but she worked on that poem for 2 weeks, right? They don't see that part. They don't see when she got on stage after her boyfriend messed up. She must go on. They don't see that eavesdrop. She lost her best friend, yet the show goes on. And so there's that space where you grow, and over the years you grow. It is only then that you can truly get on that stage and harness that power. Now, some of us, we are gifted. Some people cultivating that power. And those who are naturally gifted, you still must do the work. Otherwise, you're going to lose your mind. Especially in this business, you will lose. I lost my mind for a period, y'all, but I'm back, baby. But you may lose your mind. And then as women artists, we deal with the casting couch. It's called in the music industry, okay? But you deal with the couch where the producer was really excited and you get to the studio, but you realize they don't want to hear you rhyme. They want to hear something else. And then you have to make a decision in that moment of what's going to happen, because even if you give them something else, they may not give you the music. So there are people who compromise in that way. So I think in order to do that, it really is about your personal growth and development, your spiritual growth and development, and your willingness to do what you have to do to give birth to the art, because labor pains are always involved.
Yeah. Can you tell us about a moment when you were on the stage and you could feel the influence of all the work actually having an impact?
One moment, it might have been, what place? It might have been one moment, it might have been, and, I gotten dissed, right? And there were some dudes that decided I didn't deserve to be on stage. And I know this story because it's a brother from Uganda whose name I can remember. He's a filmmaker. But you know, Ugandans are some hellified storytellers. So he's telling the time that I parted the sea and I battled 6 dudes. That never happened. What happened was it was 6 dudes who weren't trying to let me get on the mic. And so I just kind of moved through them and I grabbed the mic and I started to spit, and it was my voice that made them step back. It was the power of my voice. So I had harnessed it. And it was in that moment when the crowd responded favorably and positively that I realized I had made the shift. Because up until then, I would just go home salty and mad. Maybe I make a tweet about sexism or get on Facebook. You know what happens, women in hip hop, whatever. And so I don't do those things anymore. I just take it. And you get to the point where you take it and they're gonna talk bad about you and it doesn't matter anymore because you know who you are. So I think that would be one moment.
Fantastic. What you've just said now reminds me of another Tony, Morrison, who speaks about how racism, for example, is a distraction.
Yes.
And that all of these kinds of oppressions are designed to keep you distracted from doing your work so that eventually you end up not able to do the thing that you are good at. Being able to find the shift and go, I've got work to do. Where's the mic?
Right.
Fantastic. I want to ask Gigi, can you tell us about that moment for you? You are also doing multiple things. But it in this industry, and I mean make it as make a living in this industry. And so you are studying and continuing to study and so on. But with that said, you're still having to do the work to constantly prove yourself on the mic. About what it means for you to be doing all the various things that you're doing, but to still be able to get to the mic and do this work that you feel called to.
I think you're talking on the one of the income diversification. I think ngikhule mina ngisebenza tuck shop. Like my parents at some point had a spaza and the tavern where I couldn't really sell at the back. So imali kahle kahle is just, yeah. I've learned to flip money because in our industry, believe it or not, it's not as great as we make it seem. Once there's something that comes in, we are you try to create a bit of passive income, do something else. You've already budgeted, because I'm an independent artist. You know, would say, okay, fine, I need a music video out of that, I need PR out of that, I need this and that and the other. But I think for me, it's just, it's such a big calling, you know, this thing that we do. It's such a big calling, and I think I've lost track now. We're talking about yes. And it's crazy because trigger moments, Tony, when you were talking about the big boys on stage. I actually had a moment very similar to that, I think, when I decided that I wanted to do hip hop So for some people who don't know, I was always like a very small kid at school, and I was bullied a lot. So I ended up staying in class because so so I used to stay in class a lot. And that's actually where I started writing quite a bit. And there was a time when there was a talent show, and when I got on, bullies, poo, making all sorts of like weird sounds. And I remember again, you did that lock-in position. And I'm like this small. And I start rapping. Everything. And all of a sudden, after that, the boys are like, yo, there's a little cipher we do at the back there. You need to come at break time. And it's always been in finding my superpower at that point. So it's a very true thing that there's almost like one big moment that kind of solidifies you in that. Then okunye, like a lot of people have always asked how long I've managed to keep Gigi there. And I've learned that it's in finding myself in different parts of, that's where I wanted to go. Amapiano. No one has spoken about Amapiano. And that's an important one. A lot of people have felt that some of us have get onto tracks with Pori, get onto tracks with other people. I mean, A Reason Turn, Sizwe Alakain, Questas, Java. There's so many people who are actually rooted in hip-hop before that decided to, go over there. And I think no one has really realized that if we hadn't done the raps on the Yanos, we wouldn't South African hip-hop awakening right now. That's the actual truth. Some of us had to go out there where we were called all sorts of names to get onto this international sound that's ours, but remind people that as songwriters, as hip-hop artists, we are still here. A lot of people don't even know niggy, hi cheese. There's gang hip-hop artists there, guys. So for us, it's also biting that bullet, where you're going to be judged. How Gigi, why is she doing that now? How Gigi now, and today, sivuka ngabo, nabo ba debrief, Scott Mapuma with the Sizwe Alakain on the same song. And Scott Mapuma could easily be in a conversation with a pro kid. And a lot of these Amapiano kids will tell you that they were the ones who didn't make it in hip-hop. So as hip-hop, understand your role. It's such a big one. As a writer, as somebody who keeps the South African culture alive when it comes to music, it's a huge role to play. And I love what you're speaking to. You also need to be able to understand community, but not be afraid to be the one person that stands there. You get ridiculed, you get the job done, and get your flowers later, sometimes never even get it, And that's what happens when you love something. Yeah.
So, Gigi, I'm going to ask you one more question. Gigi has a flight to dash to, so we're not going to get to have Q&A with Gigi, but I'm going to ask one more question, and it's related to this space of income diversification, because it's also joyous to be able to do Namapiano and to write nigi whatever, right? There's also like a creative burst in that lets you play differently to like the serious lyricism that you have to and in genres, the kind of financial diversification still asks you to go even beyond all of the capacities of art to be able to sustain yourself. So can you tell us a little bit about your work beyond the art that you are doing to be able to continue a life, a career in various ways?
All right, just last December, something that was big for artists that are on the road constantly was wellness, physical wellness. And I recently just opened an IV drip store in Santon, obviously, because I wanted it to be central to everyone else. And the idea is that if you can prove that you're creative, you get a discount for the drip that you get, right? So for the first time, artists must also have something, you know? We always have this thing as, oh, if you can prove you're a nursing sister. No, no, no. If you are a creative, then you get these IV drips. I mean, you can research on that. And the idea is to get vitamins into your body, whether it's immune boosting, you know, there's one called jet fuel. We've even got the hangover one, and all sorts of that stuff. Friends of, you know, the brand Amau, Sizwe Alakine as well, Her Majesty Happy Similani, so many different creatives behind the camera, guys, and in front of the camera. You just need to prove it. And then obviously, like we touched on that, I'm currently doing my MBA with the University of Suffolk, absolutely dying. It's difficult, it's difficult, and I'm just almost halfway there. But it is a difficult one, and for me, it's really a generational curse thing. You know, I'm the first kid to make it to an Ivy League university. So just to give my mother that master's and say, hey, what's up? I was twerking on my fish, which I. And then, you know, anything that can empower a young creative. I mean, people constantly, you know, inbox me to tell me, oh, gee, I've started a podcast. I've got a podcasting network as well, just here with Amped as well. But anything that can just get the economy in the creative industry working is what I'm focusing on, you know. We are tired of the chats where artists die a certain way, especially, you know, yeah, I know hip-hop is not looking good for us. As much as we can. So if you guys have got cool things, just like inbox me. Let's see how we can chop it up.
Can I reinforce what Gigi is saying, that there is a movement like this happening around the world, and it's happening in Africa. And I'm actually tech investing in a vision I have in terms of bringing all of us together on the continent. And so I'm really excited. And I want the artists in the room and the young creatives to remember that you have more power than you realize. You have so much more power than you realize, but you have to deprogram our connection to poverty and struggle, the stories that tell us that we are not enough. You have to be able to fight those demons, and that's what they are. And be careful of the stories you tell yourself. You got to do the inside work.
Thank you. Gigi, thank you so much. We have to let you go so you don't miss your flight. And yes, your person is there to help you get your way as quickly to the airport as possible. A round of applause. And we're going to go now into Q&A. I'd like to invite you to share your questions for our immense panel. And as we do that, the mic, thank you so much. So I'm going to ask Eavesdrop a question while the mic goes around. Please pick up your hand so that our assistant can help. Yes, there we go, we'll start there. Eavesdrop, I'd like to ask you also about your kind of income diversification work in making a living through the art.
I think something that I learned a while ago was that I wasn't going to be able to make a living of being a rapper, and it's because of the choice that I had made. And I was okay with that, but I knew that my creativity needed constant outlet. And I've been able to, as I grow more clear in my vision, been able to diversify my skill set. And so I've been able to venture into voiceover work, which has been quite an interesting learning curve. Also, working within social justice, using my creativity with community. So My day job is working in an organization that basically provides space for activists and organizations to come and do their projects and their programs. And so that's also helped enrich me, not just through a salary, but also through the connection I'm able to make with people. I've also been able to just expose myself to fellowships, leadership fellowships that allow me to earn a salary while I learn, basically. And so the music then I'm able to make, the writing that I'm able to produce can come from a very needed to put food on the table necessarily, but it puts food in, it brings nutrition in other ways, you know? So I think what's really kind of on my mind at the moment is how can I use everything that I have to try and make inroads, whether it be through an extra income, I call my voiceover work my side hustles, or whether it be through creating spaces for narrative justice, which is a big deal for me. So yeah, it's an ongoing learning and a journey.
Thank you. We'll start with can you introduce who you are, your name and what brings you here before you ask your question?
Okay, my name is Kai, and what brings me here was first of all, the panel, the name of the panel, Women in Music, and the women that are on the panel, and I want to speak to that. And secondly, also, you to me, so the first time I engaged with her, I think you were heading up one of the arts institutions. You're also at WITS. I'm giving your CV right now. As an academic, as a performer, and you also did the piece with Msimang, what is my sister's name from? Not Sizonke, you know who I'm talking about. So you moderating this and the names behind this is what brought me here. But I wanted to say something, and I didn't want to start off, but I have to say, thank you very much. I'm sorry that Gigi left early, because I felt that you all fed me today. And very quickly, I'm Caribbean, raised in the United States, in Brooklyn, New York. And this has been my home in terms of, hey, Brooklyn. This has been my home for the last 28 years, Southern Africa, first Mozambique and now South Africa. But this discussion, whenever I hear hip hop, and I took notes, right? When I think of hip hop, I think of how it emanated. And I also think, well, Kai, I don't want to be, what's the word, divisive. And what you did this morning, well, today with this presentation, you gave me the words, and I'm a person, I need words. Because I always think, I'm gonna start with what you said, Eavesdrop. You said hip hop breaks down barriers and makes life seem a bit less intimidating. I'm like, fine. But then when I think of hip hop, I think of it as truly an African-American experience that comes out of the demolition of buildings in the 70s and how we had to express ourselves. But hold on. But then as I listen to you more, because I used to think of myself as a hip-hop purist, and I feel really blessed that you all have given me the words, and I wanted to ask you a question, which I still will. But what you allow me to take away today, instead of thinking, well, why are they still calling it hip hop? Because Amapiano is African. Hip hop I look at as an African American expression. But by listening to you, I've allowed myself a definition that says, hip hop is the expression of power and agency. It's an articulation, right? And I wanted you to name it, but you've named it for me by saying that. So you've taken me a bit away from my purism, but I understand it. So I'm very grateful. Thank you. You all have fed me. And I'm so grateful to be here today. Thank you. So the question is, I'm wrapping it up. How would you name it if you won't say, if you don't call it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kai.
Thanks a lot for that. I think the name for me is something that continues to change because its evolution is inevitable. Hip hop is a force, right? It's not something that can be easily defined. It's not something that can be controlled or held. It's something that lives. You were saying earlier on, it's bigger than hip hop, right? So it's this energy, it's this force field. And I feel like in naming it, I'm trying to control it. I'm trying to put something on it so that I can identify it as what I need it to be. But I feel like I am paying homage to it constantly. And I feel like it is there as a guide for me. So in any given moment, it can be anything. It can be named whatever it wants to be named. But that name is never going to be the same. And that's just how I feel. There's days where it feels like love. There's days where it feels like I'm done with you. There's days where it feels like, what is that? And there's times where I'm like, thank God for this weapon. So it has many names. It's omnipotent. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hip hop as the kind of bones that help you to listen and to speak your words. Yes, there's something really incredible about the kind of spiritual force that we've been speaking about this morning as well. Is there another question in the room? Roshni, and then we've got one more. If there's one more person, I'll give you the option. And that will be the last question. Or a statement, if it's just a statement. Great. All right. We've got 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Just a quick one. We're going to be having to end pretty soon because we're going to have lunch and then we can't delay the next session. I don't want to be controversial or whatever, but I work in the area of presenting and curating events. So we've all been very nice to each other. We're very political, we're very social, we're spiritual. I recently, and I had this informal conversation with Tony. Obviously, Tony went to Howard University. Puff Daddy also went to Howard University. She has not attended any of Puff Daddy's parties. She was in his class, but he was relaxing in the courtyard and he made money while she learned and did work on herself. You know, I recently went to a festival called Roskilde in Denmark, and it's huge. It's one of the biggest so-called rock festivals, but they do a lot of music. And there was Ice Spice and Sexy Red, and you know, like after a few minutes, you're tired. Everybody only knows 1 or 2 songs of theirs, and they love it. And then what do? There's 50,000 people at this one stage, and the stuff is just boring. So I'm not trying to put Tony in the hot seat, but you know, sometimes there are things like industry plants. But guys, how do we work on making things real, making our performance real, and especially for young people? You guys are all listening to Sexy Red and Ice Spice, and here I am telling you I know these people, and I was bored. But guys, I know they have hits, and you guys are pumping those hits. So how do we do this? We want some. I'm asking. I don't have the answers. I sat there, I thought, God, I could have, imagine AKA was on the stage. I became so sad. You know, 50,000 people in Denmark listening to AKA, quality. And I just, you know, and AKA is, of course, our late artist. But that's just my bit. I'm old, you are young, so you tell me.
Let's give that one to Tony. You've worked with young people. You were working with them earlier. What can you say?
Well, I think one thing I learned years ago was to join them in understanding without judgment. As the years have progressed, that becomes more and more difficult to do. Particularly with the 2 artists that she mentioned, because they are lackluster and they lack talent, they lack creativity, and they lack presence. Yet they are still famous. Well, they booty shakers. They're not even great booty shakers. When we think about booty shaking in the context of booty shaking, there are some excellent booty shakers, and they are quite average at booty shaking. I've never been a booty shaker. Well, I had a little booty shaking, but it was more in the context of traditional dance, African dance. But but I think that I had a friend chop my head off about posting about sexy being a plant, an industry plant, and she's all for the liberation of black feminist power and all this other stuff and defending. And then, of course, 3 months later, here's Sexy Red in a Make America Great hat on stage with the Orange Man. Yeah. And I so badly wanted to send that to her. Like, okay, what you want to say now? What are you going to say now? And unfortunately, because of the power of our music, the folks at the top realize, right? So hip hop has been commodified to the point where it can't get any worse than it is right now. You look at women, there's so many stripper rappers. And the stripper rappers are there. Stripper rappers get a right to strip. The problem is that there's no diversity. There are no other options. And the other women who are bringing the other options don't get the spotlight. They don't get the opportunity. And so I'm not sure we can fight the machine. I think the real fight is in support what we like, in promoting what we like, in calling our power back. We sit and we wait to see what the industry's gonna give us. In the meantime, there are 50 artists sitting over there making music, sharing, shooting music videos, and we don't say anything about them because we've been conditioned by the music industry over the years. And I think that's the shift that has to be made, is that the consumers, the listeners, start to take a stand. And so the next time you feel like complaining, find the artist you like and share. Text it, post it, and in that sort of way. Yeah.
Great. Let's go to your question, please.
Okay, my
Please
name is
introduce. Yes, thank you.
Vitumelo Muletsani, and what brought me here is the poetry. Tony, when she introduced and you not being for monks and the sages, but when we had our session, for example, during the poetry workshop, you spoke of rhythm and tapping into your body. And what I want to find out from you, how is that, and the act, when you mentioned improvisation gives you confidence in your own thoughts. That's the statement that you made. And I believe like talking is one of the most democratic acts available to each and every individual. So I want to find out from you, how is your form or your form of meditation different from the organized meditation in organized religion? The other thing that I want to ask is about, because I tend to think of poetry often as something that, I mean, it came out in different forms that, like even Monisha said that her expression, her art expression, she doesn't earn livelihood from that. So how can we then be able to, from which we all earn a living while being human, humaning and living our everyday life? Because it seems like there's this division between being human and ending a life, which is an expression that I don't like from the English language,
Yeah. All right. I'm going to ask if you can speak to that second part, yes, and then we'll come to Tony for the first one. Please respond.
I think for me, I feel less pressured by the fact that I don't have to worry about earning a living off something that I feel so deeply inside of me. I feel like it allows me to not compromise, because I find that in life there's so many compromises that need to be made just to get by, because the system, the machine that we were talking about, the beast, is so prevalent, is everywhere, right? And and so I feel like there's this other existence that I can cultivate that is almost untouched by the system, right? And that kind of freedom is something I wouldn't exchange for any salary, because the kind of restriction that is placed on you when you do it for the sake of physical survival compromises how you feel and how you show up in your creative self, or in your true self, in your high self, to the point where you might not. And so I feel like I control that world where my higher self lives, where eavesdrop is able to be eavesdrop, say anything, speak on anything, highlight any cause without having to worry about whose toes I'm stepping on. Because it doesn't matter how I feel, doesn't matter how they feel, as long as I feel like what I'm expressing is a worthy cause for me. And so if you're going to try and threaten me by taking away the bread for my family, you can't, because that's a space you can't touch. And then there's this other world, right, that you have to live in, which is the system. There you're happy to compromise because you're able to feed, your energy is able to feed from this other world that is made of what you decide it's made of. I don't know if that answers your question, but I feel like I'm happy to live in those worlds. Like I'm happy to separate them even, because they speak to different parts of me.
Great. Let's hold it there, that maybe we don't need the structure so much for this. And let's move a little bit quickly and answer the last one so everyone can eat and get to the next session. A little bit quickly. A little bit quickly.
She's saying, keep it short, Tony.
Yes.
That's what she said. No, but can I just say that I find difficulty separating all the stuff. And I've been broke and starving and hungry because I could not. I am a stereotypical artist in many, many ways. There are times where all I can do is rhyme. Don't pay the rent. They're freestyle. And all I can do is write poetry. The poems ain't paying the rent. But what I had to do was learn marketing, learn strategy, and then that allowed me to get closer to the pay. And it's just, I compromise that because sometimes I gotta rock the mic. I love to do shows. I'm touring right now at this big age. I sometimes don't wish I didn't have to get on an 18-hour flight, but I do, because once I get off stage, I feel fat. I think the meditation, and I think the meditation that happens in the cipher for me, sometimes it's quiet, just sitting, being present, and then other times it's voicing, giving voice. But it's always about, you can't have a cipher with one person or just 2 people or 3 people. If you can get in a space with like 5 people, 7 people who are on the same mission, it becomes meditative, and that's when it becomes healing. Everyone has to be present and everyone has to be committed, and that can be challenging to find at times for it to actually feel like that meditation.
Thank you. Nice and quick. Our very last question or statement.
My name's Megantri Pillay. Josie.
Yes.
I'm a filmmaker. Oh, I call myself a nomadic filmmaker and poet. But it also is a difficult thing to claim, especially the poet part or the writer part. I realized in high school that there were no poems by Black women, period. And then I made it my mission that even if I couldn't, even if I couldn't see in its published form, I'll always try and create spaces and opportunities, at least for women to speak their poems, even if it never got published. So I was very lucky also with a group of women in Cape Town, ink at boiling point, 21st century writings by women from the tip of Africa that was self-published. It's the first mixed anthology. So everything, if you can't see it, you have to create it. And I think that's been my journey. Where is it? Okay, let's make it. Let's do it. And so that journey of starting that process was with Manje, Roshni, you might remember, in 1994. We did poetry on stage, and most of those, they were published poems, but not well known, not very well acknowledged. In hip hop was just incredible. And so just being here 1994, 2024, the reality is we've come so far. And I think even though there are lots of challenges, the fact that we have this plethora of women's voices in different contexts who are writing, who are writers, we actually have books that are published. We've just come so far. And so it was, I kept saying, I'm in church to Kai here because it felt so beautiful to hear women's experiences and speaking of their inner voices and the performance, and I feel so blessed. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I don't think we could have asked for a better closing statement. We have come so far. And on that point, Tony, please tell us where to get your book.
Okay, so my new book, Wisdom of the Cipher, is available on Amazon.com. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the order of box of books before. I've been on a long trip. I have 5 copies of my old book available for 200 rands. Only if you want to buy, you can buy from me. It's my poetry, my first book, Poetry and Inspirational Prose. Zim dollars.
Poets are very playful. Everyone, thank you so very, very much for being with us here. There was a kind of meditative experience in this group, so thank you for your energy, thank you for your love of words and rhyme and poetry and hip hop, whatever you call it, amapiano. Thank you, and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you both. Thank you.
There's food, there's lunch on the patio. Please grab like 15, we're gonna have a 15-minute
Hi, hi.
Hello, Sue.
How are you?
Fine. Hello, Fiona.
Hi, Karabo.
Hello, Zukiswa. Hello, Angela.
Hi.
I don't know if we're going to be introduced, but I want to start because we're supposed to start half an hour ago, but we needed to eat, and it's Saturday afternoon, and it's hot in Joburg. It's hot on the block. My name is Karabo Kholeng. Welcome to the 10th African Women's Writers Symposium, and thank you for showing up. And we're going to have a conversation about taking women's fiction seriously. So I'm not sure who's supposed to introduce us. Am I just supposed to start?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, allow me to introduce myself. Actually, there's the book of fiction called that. It's actually the last book that I published the review for on News 24. So I'm a literary journalist. I've been doing this for about 20 years, guys. Where did all the years go? So I work in broadcast and print, and I take women's fiction very seriously. So I've worked with SAFM, 702, I write for 24, and yeah, and I've also worked at Wits University doing research communications, where I try and take complex academic terms and stuff and make them accessible to everybody, right? And I'm going to introduce our panelists. Sure, I'm working off the fly because I just have my prep. Sunyati, she's, all of these are women writers of fiction who are African.
Can you prove it?
Yes, I can. I might not name every single one of all of your books because it'll take forever because you're prolific. Please give them a round of applause. So Sunyati's work I take absolutely personally because I had to fight at Wits University doing political science on migration and displacement, and I made a case for Sunyati's The Gold Diggers as understanding the dynamics of gender and migration in Africa. And I was taking women's fiction out of the ghetto, literary studies, understanding and theorizing around it. But she's also written A Family Affair and The Polygamist and
Angel's Demise.
And An Angel's Demise, yes. We did a podcast on News 24 about An Angel's Demise, and we did a whole profile. And then Fiona Snickers, am I or Snickers? Correct or not? Fiona Snickers wrote The Lacuna, but I first came across her work where she wrote a series of young adult fiction about this girl called Trinity Luhabe. Yes, Trinity on Air and Trinity Rising. So she also, women's fiction, but also young adult fiction. And The Lacuna is actually a response to Jem Coetzee's Disgrace. Yeah, a woman's response to that. And then Zukiswa Vanyar, I'm still mad. I'm still recovering from Love, Marry, Kill, which is Zukiswa's latest book. Zook's first book, how I first came across her work was with The Madams. I was such a stan. When I first met her, I was like, oh, my soul. And since then, there's London, Joburg, Cape Town. One of my favorite works of yours, Zukiswa, is where you write Men of the South. So it's a woman writing a man's POV, point of view, yeah. There's a lot of that going on, which is a very interesting take on how we understand stories according to who we think is the narrator. And I think you did a remarkable job with that. And then Angela Makolwa, hey. From Red to The Blessed Girl to Black Widows Society, what? Yes. And yeah, you do domestic noir like nobody else can. Like, wow. To the point where Netflix and Showmax have adapted her work to, what do we understand about taking women's fiction seriously? And how I'm going to respond first is that when I put the poster on my Facebook, another woman who's a filmmaker and a very, a powerful person in her own right. I won't say her name because I didn't ask for her permission to speak about her. But she asked about like who's not taking African women's fiction seriously. Who's not taking it seriously? I mean, what does this even mean? You know? And I think that's the point of this conversation. And how I understand it and how I'm going to frame this discussion is I'm going to look at women's fiction as a function of seeking epistemic redress, and epistemic justice. I warned you. And I'll explain. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open the topic and how I'm going to frame it, but it can go in any direction, fam, any direction. And then I'm going to ask a bunch of questions that each round is going to respond to, and then I'm going to open it to the floor, all right? So the way that I understand taking women's fiction, especially African women's fiction, seriously is not merely a project that seeks attention for attention's sake. It also pursues justice. And I'd like us to think about this topic or to frame it in the context of epistemic justice. I'd like us to critique how our culture discursively characterizes the experiences of women in fiction as both authors and narrators regarding knowledge production, dissemination, and regulation. And I'd like us to think about how women have been marginalized historically and how we are using our agency to redistribute power and disrupt racial, cultural, and patriarchal. So for this panel, I've used an article from the Sapienta Journal of Philosophy, authored by Obioha Precious Uwazauke. Sorry, I'm terrible at Nigerian, because you know English is, it messes me up. And Evaristas at the Department of Philosophy at Akwa Ibom State University, Nigeria. And that article is titled African Epistemology and Epistemic Injustice Against Women, Complementary Epistemology to the Rescue. So those, who doesn't understand what epistemology means? Raise your hand. Epistemology is a theory. It's philosophy, right? It's a theory in philosophy that speaks about what we can know, and what knowledge is valid. And I go further to think about whether it matters who says that knowledge is valid, and so. But the broader discussion is to engage us and as readers and writers of fiction in Africa, to think about, when we talk about taking women's fiction seriously, we're also speaking about the justice of validating certain forms of knowledge and who produces it and how it's disseminated and regulated. So even what you're about, the person who teaches you what you know, whether they are, whether it's your professor or your mom or your dad or your grandma or your teacher at school or the pastor at your church, or think about the worlds that we create, world making, and also taking things as true. Because sometimes I think that we take it for granted that what we perceive as true, it just is. And the whole point of epistemic justice is about disrupting the idea of certain types of knowledge are valid, or in how we make money to put food on the table. You know, it affects where we send our children to school, it affects where we're allowed to live, where we're not allowed to live. And one of the reasons why the issue of taking women's fiction seriously is that it speaks to the question of why gender is still a powerful factor in how narratives about family life narrated by a woman or a female main character is treated as something that is worth getting paid less to do. It's worth, it doesn't warrant literary critique in the ivory tower. Aren't men include literature about family life? Don't they live in families? Don't they come from women's bodies? You know, so these are some of the things that I'd like to unpack. And so we're going to get into some of your work. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask one question, and then you'll answer it this way. And the next question, you're going to answer it that way. and then I'm going to start jumping back and forth, just so that everyone gets put on the spot. Is that okay? All right, so let's get into it, right? Some of your work, and I'm going to speak to it thematically to show that women's fiction is serious. And I'm going to begin with the real politic of intimacy. It's also public. And the reason why I do that as well, one of my favorite scholars, she teaches African literature at Wits, Danai Mupotsa. You must find her PhD thesis called White Weddings. And she looks at the performance of African intimate lives in the form as an act of pornography, because we're all witnessing something that's supposed to be intimate. So what are your thoughts about intimacy and how you came about applying it in your practice as a writer, Sue?
So I think with me, I mean, my books go out there. You know, I kind of blew that with, I remember when I came out with The Polygamist, a lot of people were shocked, like, you know, there were women in that book who were intimate, not just intimate, but were also overtly sexual, and which was something that a lot of people had not seen in African literature before. And so I wanted to debunk African women, because African women were always seen to be on the receiving end of things and not necessarily proactive or taking initiative when it came to relationships as well. So, you know, I think, yeah, in my books, you know, I do try to debunk a lot of the stereotypes, even though a lot of my characters are built on stereotypes. But I try and debunk the stereotypical kind of thinking around African women and African women having no agency. Though it is true in some instances, and I also do portray that, but, you know, also show that they do in some instances as well. It just depends on the settings, and it differs, you know, from one story to the next. And, you know, women, you know, we are intimate as women as well. I mean, that's part of who we are. I feel like we're more open and honest with each other as opposed to our male counterparts at times. Yeah. And so I try to show that in my books a lot.
Do you think that men are not honest with each other even when we're not around?
I don't think they are honest with each other. I mean, even if you see male relationships a lot of the times, there's no calling out. Like when a male, you know, a friend is doing something wrong, men don't call each other out. If they did, we'd have less of the violence that we see today. So I find there's a lot of, you know, prepping and, you know, fake bravado, but not really, it doesn't get deep down, you know. And a lot of things are brushed off. Unlike us, I think we allow ourselves to be more raw and vulnerable with each other.
Thank you. And Fiona, for you, the real politic of intimacy in terms of how you approach it in your fiction, and especially speaking to younger protagonists and a younger narrator, because I want to also go back to your earlier work, dealing with a character like Trinity Luhabe, who's also a dream. She's a child we'd like to dream of having, but the reality is often a little bit more complex than that.
Yeah, well, I think that the intimate space it's very, and it's also a very contested space, because the intimacy between intimate partners and the intimate space of the home is meant to be the safest space. It's where you can be your true self. It's where you can be truly safe. It's likely to be hurt and indeed murdered. So it's also the most dangerous space for us. And you've thrown us way back to my Trinity books. In one of my Trinity books, where I have her as a teenager, she's negotiating, and he gradually cuts her off from her family, he cuts her off from her friends, he cuts her off from her support, until she finds she's only in a relationship with him. And then that relationship becomes unsafe. And she manages to, for the point of no return.
So that book is called Team Trinity, and that was my first kind of exploration into the precursor to gender-based violence, which is really a kind of emotional violence and an emotional isolation. And then I went on, you mentioned my book Lacuna. It appears to be a story of stranger danger, of the violence of being gang raped by the intruders from the outside. But the twist to that book is, where did that danger really reside? It originated from within the family. And my latest book, The Hidden, America as a setting and a kind of cult situation, has to do with women who are brought up to be oppressed from birth. And when that's the only life you've known, how do you escape from that?
Thank you for that. And you know, I'm also going back to writers have been writing for longer than a decade, actually up to 2 decades, right? And I'd like their work. No, don't be snarks, Zooks. But the thing is also it's about their stories having longevity, and you know, how do we give new life to those narratives that people should try those books again? And I want us to disabuse ourselves, and I know it's the marketplace where it's like, what 50% of your lifetime sales of your book happen in the first 2 years after publication, and after that it's gone. I want that to be history. I want it to be what used to happen, you know? And that's why I think started, you know, and to show that you can actually have sustainability and longevity in your work. Now, Zukiswa, your work dealing with intimacy, and how I first came across your work was The Madams, and also Maiden Essay. We have conversations about this a lot, about domestic work as a violent space, but at the same time, it's a very intimate form of work. And those of us who do take on domestic workers, and those of us who don't, have various reasons for it. It's not right or wrong, but there's a way to do it with, you know, in the context of justice. Who's read The Madams? Who hasn't read The Madams? Raise your hand if you haven't read The Madams. Word. Yalla. So The Madams is a very provocative novel that there's this woman who's, she's struggle royalty and she's doing well. She's working in a sort of state, I think it's an SOE kind of, yeah, it's an SOE, right? And she's doing well. So she decides that she's going to take on a domestic worker who's on parole, and then all kinds of things happen, and it's very entertaining. And then Maiden Essay is not fiction, but it's a collection of essays where Zukiswa satirically gives advice to women who are madams and women who are maids in South Africa. And she breaks you down according to race and class. Okay, if you're working for this kind of madam and this is your employment situation, this is what you got to look out for. And if you're a madam and you're in this situation, this is what you need to know about your power. And that kind of, the power dynamics within the house where the men are not there. If the husband's not around, or where it's that kind of intimacy, and why public and political thing. I think you do that amazingly with your work, Zukiswa. But tell me about, you know, the real politic of intimacy for you and how you apply that in your fiction.
Okay. I think really of times that everything really in life is political. So our relationships are political, even when you don't know it. And so it goes on with the way that I have decided to work with it in my fiction. One of my favorite writers from way back was, favorite books rather, is Chimichinoj's Harvest of Thorns. And this book is talking about the bigger political issue after somebody has come from the war, but it's very much a story about a family. And I've always wanted to have the politics of gender, the politics of race, the politics of identity rooted in something as intimate as family. So to make a bigger commentary of the bigger issues. So I think the subversion that I did with the Madams, which obviously like was my first book. I didn't think it was going to be a book. I wanted the idea, and that one came from, remember that old advert, the SABC one? Another South African, remember that advert? Another South African, whether white people are in the townships and the black people, yeah.
It was
so
the Metro FM radio, TV ad.
Yeah,
where
and
they
then it was
used-
banned.
Yes.
Yeah, it was on
Yeah.
TV as well. Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
around with, that was the initial idea, but then I think because of the friendship of these three women, then it went a little further, and I also wanted to highlight, because at that time, when I think because of our numbers, so often there's the belief that domestic violence, gender-based violence, is something that's generally just perpetrated by black males. And I wanted to highlight that South Africa is a very violent society across the races. And so, you have Lauren, and Lauren is reacting in the same way that a lot of women who despite the fact it only comes to a head when a child comes and says, "Come and help my mother," and so that's when you realize, oh, well, you think you know somebody, but you don't. But there's also what was very important to me, because this was 2006. I'd kind of like, the books that I'd been seeing, I think as Sue said, was about women receiving, like sex is done to women as opposed to women having sex, and I wanted to have fun with that, with Tandy, with Lauren, with Sizwe, when they're like, when Tandy, goes out and she has a little escapade, and I think at that time, like, everybody was like, oh my God, her men did that, but why would she do that? Because that's just like almost as if generally women are not allowed. And I wanted her to have agency, and I mean, of course, later on, it's something that I play with in the latest, in Love, Marry, Kill.
Yes. I'm still mad at you. Yo, guys, Love, Marry, Kill. You're going to scream on almost every page. Angela, what I appreciate about your work and about your fiction is that you look at the parasocial relationships that society has with women, right? And I mean, you saw what happened this week when when the divorce was announced, and everybody was like comparing the girl, and my experience of your work, because also reading is subjective, guys. So even if you're a literary critic or whatever, you're still part of the experience with the author, with the narrator, with the protagonist. But what I really appreciate is how you've been analyzing the parasocial relationships that we have with bad men and with women who are hypervisible, right? Yeah. You've been doing that from Red Ink and across, to girls that you see as slave queens who are being blessed, to women who are married to powerful men, to women who are powerful in their own right. And I think your work was really prescient of the way that we relate with people who are hypervisible using social media, because the days of TV, right? And for me, that's what I appreciate about your work when you speak about the real politic of intimacy. So tell us a little bit more about how you came to do that with your fiction.
So I think I was quite challenged with my debut novel, Red Ink, because I was 27, and I was essentially transforming a work that was supposed to be nonfiction, because Red Ink was supposed to be a story that I would tell about a real-life serial killer as a journalist. And I used to visit this person, and this person really tormented women. He raped multiple women, he killed multiple women. And so when I decided that it wasn't going to work as a work of nonfiction, and because of reasons I won't get into right now, but anyway, when I decided to fictionalize the work, the challenge was now depicting the story of a young journalist who sets off on a path to understand the workings of a misogynist who seems consumed by his hatred for women. And his hatred for women manifests in very intimate acts of violence, not just sexual violence. Intimate act, like to plunge a knife into somebody's body is a very intimate act. And at the same time, I didn't want it to be something that you just want to look away from, because I don't think any women would read the book. And so I needed to humanize the protagonist, who's the journalist, and she's young. He loves and is very much attracted to. So I think from the beginning of my career as a novelist, I was challenged to think deeply about how I portray intimacy and how I portray women's body. For me to portray the enjoyment of sexual intimacy by women, so that it doesn't seem like something that that men can just take away from you, or that men can use as a weapon to violate you and make you feel small and make you feel invisible. But at the same time, you're a rapist and a serial killer. So I would say that, you know, having delved into those kind of spaces, the dark spaces that involve intimacy, as a nascent novelist, pushed me to be unafraid. Women the space to own their bodies, enjoy their bodies, and not feel any shame in that. And I think a lot of my protagonists, even in Black Widow Society, you have Tallulah, who is a very powerful woman, who was a very violent, decided and tried to leave the marriage, but the man controlled her, and wanted her to stay, because they had built kind of a business empire. And eventually she decided the only way for her to leave that marriage is to hire a man, a hitman, to eliminate her husband. And because it was done so well, she decided to replicate it as a special favor for women around the world.
Stokvelsa, get rid of your husband if he doesn't want to leave.
Yeah. But what's interesting about Tallulah again is that, you know, she is quite an unapologetic feminist, but at the same time, she has desire. She has sexual desire. And it was interesting by men. And she's now in her kind of late 40s, early 50s. Where would she choose to express her intimacy, and with whom, and how? And she deliberately chooses a young. She can feel a sense of dominance because this man cannot own her body. When everything is done, she pays him to leave rather than to stay. You know, she pays him so that he can, oh, you've done the business, now leave me the hell alone so I can get on with the rest of my very busy diary. So, and then when we move on to somebody like Bontle Tau, who is the blessed girl, she's again a very interesting woman, and she's different from all these other women because her choice is to use her, I don't want to say weaponize her body, but she uses her body as a tool to get the things that she wants in life. And again, she's quite unapologetic, works for her. And I think there is a certain freedom, like even for me as, you know, an artist, the writer of these works, there's a certain freedom in seeing women being able to live in their bodies and occupy that space fully and, you know, unabashedly, like they are unabashedly them they're very circumspect and very clear about what they want and with whom they want and how they want it. And I think that's the freedom that I hope, that I give to readers.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, so how I'm going to do it now. The next question, Fiona, you answer, then Zuki, so then Angela, then Sue. Then the third question is going to Zuki. I'm trying to make things as egalitarian as possible. You understand? So back to taking women's fiction seriously. Can you explain to me a little bit further, because you've got a body of work, all of you, about how we think about issues of resources, right? Access, denial, and allocation. How you treat that in your fiction, and why it's something to be taken seriously. Because and we'll talk about the male gaze and responses of male audiences to your writing, because it's so weird when we talk about women's writing. It's about not centering men, but it's also a response to patriarchy. And it's always very interesting how all of you treat it in your fiction, and how we also navigate it as people who live in different bodies, whether they're male or female or not conforming to sort of gender and sex, and how society likes to categorize us. And that's why I think it's important that we read women's fiction and take it seriously. But tell us a little bit about how you address the issues of access, denial, and allocation of resources in your fiction, Fiona.
Well, I just want to start by saying that I initially had the same reaction to this topic that the person who responded to your post did, in taking women's fiction seriously. And then I thought about it some more, and I realized that it is still a problem. I remember it must have been about 2010, Jonathan Franzen brought out a new book. I'm not sure if it was the Corrections, but I think it was Freedom. And it was the book of the century. And this man had done this incredible thing of writing about family and relationships. And people fell down on their knees in awe at his treatment, this male author writing about families and relationships. Was in the book of the century. And we were all like...
And Obama said he read it.
And Obama read it. And we were all like...
Our brother Damon Galgut, The Promise is also about families. And he got the Booker for it.
Women have been writing about relationships and families for centuries. And now I'm throwing it back to 2010. It gets called chicklit. And these days, the ghettoizing term is women's fiction. And I proudly write women's fiction, but I am aware that having a female protagonist, being a female writer, and having a primarily an audience of women is ghettoizing me. It's a genre, as though somehow, purely by the act of being female, we are writing within a genre. So someone like Franzen or Galgut might get a Booker Prize. We get a place on the shelf under women's fiction. So just thinking about that, thinking about the access, the reviews, the shelf space, the positionality in terms of prizes and awards, it is still an ongoing problem. And yeah, that's where I thought you were first going with your question. In terms of how I write this stuff myself, I have kind of written myself into a corner, because I do write about women's relationships to other women, to men, to their children, to their parents, and I do write these women protagonists. And I look forward to a day when that doesn't my writing.
I think I do censor women, but I think I'm constantly also really just trying to experiment with my writing in different ways. So, the Madams, there's like 3 women, but when I did Men of the South,
a few years down the line, I wanted to see what it would be like to subvert and just have the male perspective. I wanted to hear what would the men in my head, the men that I've talked to, the men I talk to, what would they say about what they feel are the issues they're dealing with in a world that has a lot of toxic masculinity, but that say and talks about, oh, this is what it means to be a man, and if they don't actually live up to those particular things, what does it mean? And so, so I did that, and you know, of course, with the Madams and Behind Every Successful Man, I had been hailed as black chick lit. And, you know, I was kind of very disappointed that I wasn't referred to as thick lit when Men of the South came out.
Exactly.
And, you know, but constantly I'm trying to experiment and see, you know, I think even my idea of delving into young adult and into travel and into, you know, I mean, back obviously to my first love of novels this year with Love, Marry, Kill is also just, you know, it's an intimate portrait of a sort of a very brief time in our particular nation's history, from 1990 to the present, but also very much a story of two families, or maybe 4 families, or is it 6 families? But a story of an intimate look at families and what happens behind closed doors, and you know, what we think we know, see people at a party, at a wedding, at a funeral, when they're a couple, but meanwhile there might be something else underneath. And so, yeah, my agent then said, how should we market this? Because it's not quite this and it's not quite this. So I have decided that I'll just call myself a genre non-binary and keep it there.
But again, thank you, Zukiswa. Thank you. But also, that's why I want to speak to the issue of resource allocation and how you treat it in your fiction and your experiences as writers, right? In terms of how your characters negotiate the issue of resource allocation and how you negotiate the issue of resource allocation. We take it as a given when we read books written by men or the hegemons, whatever you call them, that it's taken as a given that they've got everything because they're in control of all of it. And then if they're not, it's David knocking out Goliath with a stone, and then he's the king, you know. But with women, it's constantly being negotiated. You're constantly having to negotiate and justify. And I want to speak to how you do that with your characters in your books. And you do that in very provocative ways, né, Angela. You do that in whether it's a child wanting access to education, or staying in a better res than the one she was staying at last year, or whether it's a wife who decides that, you know, she deserves using the shared account at home, you know. But that's why, you know, I think when you're dealing with women as subjugated characters in fiction and in real life, is that the issue of resource allocation is literally about, it's a life or death thing, you know. And that's why it should be taken seriously, because I have all this, if you don't give a woman access to education, if you don't give a woman access to financial resources, that her life outcomes and the life outcomes of their children are at risk. If you give a man money, he's more likely to spend it on other girls and his friends. And if you give a woman money, she's likely to spend on health and education. This is stats. It's like real stats, right? And that's why we have to take women's fiction seriously, because you address them in very interesting ways. Can you speak to us about the issue of resource allocation, how you treat it, how you've experienced it, and how your protagonists also manage that, Angela, in your books.
I was actually thinking about me as a writer who straddles the genres of crime fiction versus, what is it, women's lit, chick lit, dick lit, whatever it is, women's fiction. And I was just
Romance.
I was thinking about, you know, firstly, quite big genre across the world for readers, but my books, whether it's Red Ink or The Reed Dance Stalker, are always kind of in that little corner there when you walk into a bookstore. They're always in that little African fiction corner where we're all African fiction. Some of us are writing crime, some of us are writing historical fiction, but we're all kind of crammed into this little corner. But then it means that a reader who loves their crime, they're not gonna go and they're looking for a good crime story. They're gonna go, I don't know, the fiction, that large kind of fiction section, and they're probably not gonna find me because they're gonna find Jeffrey Deaver and all these kind of international crime writers. So like for me, that's a resource allocation because that's like a lost opportunity in terms of what the kind of new readers that I could be exposed. Just burst into the literary scene and the kind of panel discussions like this that I was in, I was usually the only woman or the only Black woman on the panels. And I mean, like there was that kind of feeling like I'm just kind of the sideshow to like a bigger show, because these writers, there was quite a lot of, and of course they were established, so there was quite a lot of money and marketing and behind them. And I will say that maybe what writing genres has done for me is that I do feel like it has exposed me to more audiences, to more people, to more different kinds of opportunities. And I think crime fiction is tricky, especially in a country like South Africa, because I'm always amazed when men come to me and they're like, ooh, Red. And they almost want to pretend, especially my male Red Ink fans, they want to pretend like 30th Candle and all these kind of women-centered narratives that I have told do not exist. And I don't know whether it's, they've actually read them, but I think maybe it's not cool to admit that you read the 30th Candle, but you're like, and they're like, Angela, Red Ink, oh my God, you killed it when and I think it tells you that if you write unapologetically as a woman, there's a skepticism or even maybe an embarrassment with some men to go into the bookstore and buy a book that is written by Zukiswa or Fiona or Sue and claim it as the book that they buy. Like, so for instance, I've had men who are like, oh, I'll buy this for my wife, and then I'll buy Red Ink for me, So as if there's a shame as a man in crossing the line and reading what is categorized as women's fiction. And I think that is the opportunity loss in this kind of categorization. Because if it's women's fiction, then presumably I have no business reading it as a man unless I have to come up with an excuse, oh, I'm getting to the minds of women. Like if I'm sitting with my friends as a man, or they're at my house and like there's like a whole stash of women's fiction, and the bros are asking, what's happening? I must be like, I think this is how I'm gonna get more women. I'm gonna get into the mind. So you have to come up with an excuse because it is not.
And going back to, we use categories to justify why we allocate resources. Yes. Right?
Certainly.
Yeah. We do.
And I'm sure the budget and I think maybe spend a little less on women's fiction because it's just for women, and the world has men and women and non-binary and everybody else in between.
Which is kind of crazy, isn't it? Because majority of fiction book buyers are women.
Yeah, that is the irony of it.
Yeah. And I want to speak to resource allocation with you, Sue, because your first book you published yourself. And your experiences between that and then working with an established publishing house.
No, it wasn't an issue of being rich. I didn't even know about self-publishing when I first came into the literary scene. And so there were no takers for The Polygamist, actually.
But I took it.
No, but that was when it was published. I'm just saying, when I was punting the manuscript, no one was interested, no publisher was interested. And so my editor said to me, look, you can self-publish. It's another avenue. I've done it. And so that's how I ended up self-publishing The Polygamist. And, to date, that's still a bestseller. We're still selling. It's like 12 years old now. So lifetime sales only happen in the first 2 years. I mean, I think that book speaks to the longevity and popularity. So I think, you'll see a lot of women are self-published. They've had to dig deep and allocate those resources, to get their voices out. I mean, if you look at it historically, women's voices have always been women used to write with male names for a long time. Virginia Woolf, right? Yeah, and so we've come through that journey where suddenly women are now taking space, owning and putting our names on the pages, but there's always a way, the way the system tries to still put you down. And so here we find ourselves in this category, fiction. We still, being marginalized in a way because you're like, okay, they're there and we here. So there's still the gatekeeping, I think, in literary spaces in that regard. But I think, look, for me, the thing is I'm very intentional in my books and in my characters. And in my latest novel, An Angel's Demise, which is a historical fiction centering on the liberation war in Zimbabwe. And I came across this review by a man who'd read the book. He said it would have been a good book if it didn't have all the Holland in it. So you see, yes, so kind of like, but you see where it's going, right? Because women, we emotional beings, and when we write, it has to, get romantic, but that's life, You'd find that a lot of men are married and families, they experience romance, so it's not like they're alien from it. So I don't know why it becomes uncomfortable when they see it in books. And I'm just thankful that, women are the biggest buyers of fiction. And so I'm also servicing my audience, unapologetically so. They're my audience, and, I want to give them what they want to see in books that they don't see in other types of books. Yeah.
And women being the biggest buyers of fiction, they're working with limited resources, right? You have to choose between buying a book and buying school shoes. And you're already getting paid less at work for doing more, and you're doing free labor at home. But you still find that extra bit of money to buy a book, And that's why it's very important to address the issue of resource allocation, denial, and access, right? And then in terms of making the world and remaking the world, and you do that with your work, right? And that's where, for me, it becomes important in terms of the stories that we tell ourselves and how we remake the world. Especially in a world that can be alienating, but it's globalizing, and it's also global at the same time. And how you've navigated that, because you've been working over time in a landscape where access to information and disinformation it's happening faster, trends are moving quicker. What do you think has made you have that staying power, but also expose your work to an audience that is beyond these borders, beyond this continent? Zukiswa.
Well, it started by me going beyond these borders.
Yes.
But because I think the one thing that I've always wanted to do when I started writing, even when we started doing Read Essay, back in 2000, was it 2007?
Tell folks about Read Essay quickly.
Oh, okay. So essentially, we realized we're in South Africa. So a whole bunch of us wanted people to realize that there were books by writers from South Africa that existed. So we started a campaign where we'd go to different provinces with different writers, and we'd go to schools, we'd go to universities, we'd go to like a bookshop in an area, and we'd do like a book signing. And I think we did about like 7, 8 provinces, 8 of the 9, and it was a lot of fun because it was also like really fantastic bonding moments for all of us as writers, and recognize them, because writers write in a vacuum. So when you then are with, if you realize that the person next to me, or the person whatever, if I turn up for them, they'll show up for me. And my biggest marketer is other writers, has always been other writers, and I think that was fantastic. But I also really did love I think it was a few years ago, I was in Melville, and somebody came up to me and they said to me, "Oh my God, you made me fall in love with South African writing. I don't know whether you remember me, but I was at Chivasa Secondary School many years ago, and you came to our school, writers from Read Essay, and I've since followed everybody, and I read every time they come out, and it was beautiful, But the borders, I think. So there was the South African thing where I was keen that everybody in South Africa, fantastic people, but I was also really anxious because I did find that with a lot of our publishers, they'll be going to the Frankfurt book fairs, the London book fairs, but I always realized that a lot of our stories resonate quite a lot with the rest of the continent, and the publishers didn't seem to be aware of that. They didn't turn up at the literary festivals on the continent. They didn't turn up at the book fairs on the rest of the continent, and I think it was to the detriment of our literature, because I can tell you now, word for word, South Africans are outwriting who write in English. The problem is, Nigeria has better marketing, and I do find that when I'm in Nigeria, I'm an honorary Nigerian now, so they read me, but generally Nigerians think literature from Africa is just Nigerian, and that so very well that South Africa also thinks literature from Africa is just Nigerian, and so I often say that the problem would solve 3/4 of our problem is sub-Saharan Africa if Africa and South Africa understood that they're in Africa. We'd have solved half of our problems. So essentially I got to the rest of the continent, and of course, I then was on the board of I sit on the board of Ake Festival, which is done by Lola, who essay my name and her picture. Anyway. But and a few other boards that I've sat on, and generally when I do that, I always make sure that I do say, okay, but there are these writers from this other place beyond. I think, of course, during lockdown, because of when I started the virtual literary festival, Afro-Lit Sans Frontiers, I also then got to bring on board and got to know about writers from Lusophone and Francophone, because it was always Africa, and not people not think of literature from Africa as Anglophone African literature, but to be able to have those conversations across the board. And I think that was fantastic, because then of course we had people like Remy, who I call the only writer from Namibia,
who's also from Rwanda.
Who's also from Rwanda, yes. And he and a few other people I know, like Natasha and stuff, they went on to get international contracts based on the fact that agents had first heard their work through that particular platform. And I think beyond that, there was obviously partnerships with Brazil, who translated Love, Marry, Kill now into Portuguese. But
that book just came out now in August, and it's already being translated into Portuguese.
Yes, but
round of applause, fam. Wow, congratulations.
Yeah,
and then who's that really cute poet from Angola? What's his name again?
Onjaki.
Yes.
Onjaki actually also set up a publishing house, and him and Jessa Musa in Mozambique did a co-publishing deal to translate the Madams into Portuguese. So that came out last year, and I remember I was in Angola in May, in Mozambique for it in August with my broken leg. But yeah, so it's been nice seeing, like, also having a database of like translators from the continent who then understand context of what we're talking. If I kill you dead in an African language, it's not something that somebody who is in the UK can quite understand when they do a translation. It doesn't matter how well they think they understand the language. It's context,
Thank you. And as writers and as people who try and amplify, storytelling from Africa, is that, we need to exorcise the ghost of Berlin. Because, the fact that we're still categorizing ourselves according to that flipping conference, Anglo-Luso, Franco, it's a mess. Civilization is not a recent thing, and that's why I'm going back to things like the Conference of Berlin, and how you navigate that in your fiction, and also the audience that your stories receive. Angela?
Yeah, so my book, The Blessed Girl, came out in 2018. Blooms in the UK, I think in 2020. And it was shortlisted for a book prize, a comedy book prize in the UK. And the thing with The Blessed Girl is that the character doesn't compromise. So when you get an international deal like that, there's certain revisions that you have to make to cultural context. But what I fought for with that book and my subsequent novels, The 30th Candle and Critical but Stable, which have also been published overseas, is that I don't lose the. That is that, for instance, Bontle, when she throws a fit, she's gonna say, and I'm not, and if my UK editor wants me to change so those are the kind of debates that we had. I said, the context of everything else that happens before she says that and after she says that, the essence of the anger or the fury that this character is expressing. So I don't need to anglicize that, because in that moment, even though we speak English, but in that moment, futek. Like, it's not gonna be F off or whatever it is. So I think that is what I have, that I take pride in, is that even when my books travel, I trust the essence and the authenticity of my characters to be able to carry those cultural nuances to audiences all over the world. The weirdest thing with The Blessed Girl, because it's a wild ride, it's a bit out there, it pushes the boundaries, is that I had messages I remember I had a message from a woman in Iran, and she was like, I'm so in love with Bontle. And I'm thinking, in Iran? How did you? Of that is when globalization goes right, is that we don't need to mold ourselves into kind of international molds of what's expected or the way that things are done or the way that things are communicated. I think the beauty of exposing our works to new audiences, everybody thinks the way, I don't know, somebody in America thinks, that a Buntle is going to be very different from a Susanna or whatever it is. And I think that for me has been the beauty of that experience and that exposure. Yeah, and I think I'd like to, so even when I think it's important to stay true to what you're trying to convey, because for me, these characters are, like, I can't see them anywhere else in the world. I can't, if they're hanging out at the Market Theatre, I need them to be hanging out at the Market Theatre. I need you to smell, you know, the sense, like the vibe. You need to be there, and that's what books are supposed to do. They're supposed to transport us to worlds that we've not been to, and I think that is the magic of what we do as writers, as African writers. And I think there is something to celebrate in that.
Thank you. What I really appreciate about your work is that, and as a reader and personally, not even as a journalist, is you completely exploded assumptions that I had about Zimbabwe and Zimbabwe's place in the world, and how you treat globalizing that story. Because Zimbabweans are everywhere, folks, but we have. Is it something intentional in your work, or you're just like, here's the story, read it, and do with it as you may?
No, it's very intentional. I mean, like you say, if you don't see something, you know, create it, and that's what we do in our writing. We write at those spaces that people don't really know about, you know, don't know about. I mean, the same way when I was young and I was, you know, Sydney Sheldon, I was transported to New York, Paris. And that's exactly what I'm doing. You know, I'm going to take you to Gweru, some outbacks of Zim that you haven't been to, and expose you to it. And I think that's the beauty of being a writer. And I also like, you know, like Angela said, the language issue. So in my books, I also write. It's in Ndebele, I put Shona in there, because that's who we are. The people that I'm writing about, those are the languages that I speak. And I remember a publisher once said, I mean, it was actually a reader, said, wouldn't it be nice to have a glossary of terms? And I was like, hey, when I was reading books that had French in them, there was no glossary. I had, you know, to looking into seeing and translating those words, or trying to read around the context to what, you know, to get meaning. And I think, you know, it should be the same. We shouldn't have different standards just because it's African literature. So, you know, people should invest the time and also, you know, get with the lingo. You know, if it's Kim Sharp, I'm sharp, and you need to understand what does that the same impact, unless, you know, you say it in your, you know, your language, in your mother tongue. And it's important because I think you know, there's this thing when you're writing from the continent, right? And you're trying to sell your work up there. There isn't much of an uptake. And like Zugiswa was saying, you know, it's easier when work is sold down. Why Nigerians are dominating the space, because they're published overseas and the work is sold down and everybody buys, you know. But when you're trying to sell up, it's more challenging. But we're seeing that change now, that people are becoming receptive to the work and taking it as is. And we're telling stories, we're not, and then the beauty of writing pleases whoever's going to publish my work. I'm just, you know, telling it like it is as we experience it. You know, our own authentic African stories. And so I think, you know, it's very important for people to experience Africa as is, undiluted, you know, unwatered down. Yeah.
And it's challenging, thank you, Sue. And it's challenging even in the newsroom, right? I mean, the first people to lose their jobs, like proper jobs in the newsrooms were the literary journalists. Now they just farm books to whoever might want to pick it up. And even negotiating with your editor about why you want to cover this particular story, but they're looking at the drivers of the marketplace. I mean, I'm all about self-help, right? But you know, it gets more advertising revenue than fiction. You know, and it's like, but I want to amplify these other stories. And it's incredibly challenging. And you're getting paid less and less to do more and more work. And then you burn out, and then people wonder, why did she lose her mind? So that's how real it is in the newsroom when you're trying to the news diet. But Fiona, what have your experiences been about, you know, finding audiences outside of the borders and outside of the in-group, that is, whether it's South Africa, whether it's white people? I mean, you did that with Trinity Luhabe. She was a biracial girl, right?
Well, there used to be a conversation when I was starting out that as a writer who wanted to develop a wide audience, you had to go and live somewhere else. You had to physically go and live in a different country, maybe London, maybe New York. You had to set your books in a different country. Or, if you were absolutely determined to set your book in South Africa, make it as generic and non-specific as possible. And I actually spoke to an author yesterday who's got a new book out who sets it in a police station. He has a detective in a police station in South Africa, but he says it could be anywhere in the world. So if someone wants to make it a New York deal, it can be in New York, or it can be in London, it can be anywhere. He's made it as unspecific as possible. And I don't actually think that any of those are the answer. I don't want to go and live somewhere else. I have set a book doing that, and I don't want to pretend that my Joburg could equally be Sydney or New York or London. Or I love the specificity. I want to make it as local and specific as possible. And I've seen a very encouraging trend, just, you know, watching series on TV. There's a show called Reservation Dogs. It's in a native reservation in rural Oklahoma. So they call themselves Indians, they're Native Americans, and they don't explain or translate anything. The whole show is saturated with their culture, their language, and none of it is explained or translated. And it doesn't need, because the context clues give you all you need to know. You know, they're magical realist elements, the elements of the religion and the culture that come in. It's a magnificent show. I love it. And I think that it just shows that there's a hunger for local stories and specific stories that don't need to be made as global as possible. In fact, the allure is in the specificity. And that's what I want us all to be leaning into that in the future.
Thank you so much. And speaking of resource allocation, time is a precious resource, and we've got the next session coming in 5 minutes, and folks have to be at the privilege of a Q&A. But thank you so much for being such an engaged audience and for your time. Can I give you 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, all right. 5 minutes for a Q&A. First hand up, there at the back. With the hat, the back.
Hi, Sanmanani. My name is Mbali Mbata. Look, I don't really have a question. I just have a few comments. I first want to touch on what Azugusa was saying about intimacy. I can't remember the title of the theater show, but I remember when I was a drama student here, actually, at the Market Theatre Laboratory, there was a show that was staged, And the actress said something along the lines of, okay, because they are children, I will try and be accommodating. She said something along the lines of, why are women always the F word D? Never get to be the F word dar. It has stuck with me. I also just wanted to say that I feel like as women, we've been conditioned to sort of identify ourselves according to standards set by men. Things like wife material, sexual body count, how we react when men make comments about our bodies. I don't think that those are things that those conversations were initiated by women, especially the direction that those conversations take on social media or wherever really it is that the conversations are being had. But I guess I'm just trying to touch on what the panel was discussing in terms of just women's lives and who gets to tell our stories and how our stories get told. There was a woman who recently posted about how her kids having food to eat depended on a man's feelings for her. And this speaks a lot to allocation and accessibility of resources. Lastly, I just want to speak about suppressed voices. I actually witnessed my daughter being bullied throughout primary school. She's chubby, so she was bullied because of her body type. And one of the bullies was actually a girl who, she smoked weed. And this was a boyfriend who allegedly was robbing people. And this was a child in primary school. So I actually wrote a book about how to raise a girl child in today's era, as opposed to how we were raised, as opposed to the conditions under which we were raised and the world really that we grew up in. What Sue was saying, there were no takers for that book because nobody wants to listen to a woman speaking about how the world that we grew up in is no longer in existence and we have to raise our girl children differently. Nobody really wants to hear about how we're raising our girl children. So essentially, ladies, we're on our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Or something. I hope you're teaching or something because, yeah, no, like teaching people, yeah, because, yeah, and you have a lot to say, and I think we need to hear more from you. Thank you. One more comment or question, please, and then we 1 minute, and then there's going to be poetry and some music afterwards, but yeah, we have to wrap it up. One more question or comment? Anyone? All right, thank you for being a lovely audience. Sunya, Tifiona Snickers, Zuki Sovani, Angela Makolwa, Karabo Kholeng, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the festival. We're still here, so thanks.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So thank you. See, none of these issues are contentious. We're just here to have a very peaceful talk about home, language, belonging, and borders. And in order to do so, this wonderful panel has been lined up. So I have the honor of introducing these lovely people to you before I hand over the time and the microphone to everything that they have to offer as far as reflections on these topics go. So yeah, starting on my near right, we have Dr. Frank Menkes. Dr. Frank Menkes has been active in cultural work over several decades. He participates regularly in poetry workshops. His poetry collections include Lockdown Poems, Unfettered Days, Connections, and My Rainbow. Frank holds a doctorate in creative writing, and his thesis focused on the issues of belonging in the works of Bessie Head. He has written extensively on arts and culture of the National Writers Association of South Africa. Next to him, we have Lorato Trock. Lorato Trock is an experienced early literacy expert with over 20 years of experience in publishing, writing, editing, translating, and developing stories. She began her career as a children's librarian and has worked on notable projects such as the First Words in Print initiative and Room to Read. Lorato has received awards for her translations and her editing work. She has facilitated writing workshops internationally and presented papers on. Lorato is an accomplished author of children's picture books, some of which we will get some exposure to today, so I'm delighted about that, and young adult biographies. She's actively involved in various boards and initiatives to promote literacy and advance African publishing. Congratulations. And then last but not least, we have Sylvia Vollenhoven, writer, award-winning journalist, playwright, and filmmaker. The University of Johannesburg's first ever professor of practice, and she has been awarded Publicitklubben, which is the prestigious Nordic Academy of Writers and Publishers. The citation reads, "For doing a brave professional job under difficult circumstances." She has also been the curator for the SKA Observatory's Cosmic Echoes, Shared Stars Indigenous Art Exhibition, and recently the facilitator of both University of Cape Town and Stellenbosch University's transformation processes. So Sylvia has a rather prolific list of artistic activity and accomplishments, but in order to not hog the mic any further, I'm going to refrain. I think her reputation precedes her, so many of you would have encountered her before. So without further ado, I thought a good way to proceed was to invite each of our panelists to share some of their work with us as an audience, as a way to. So I thought we'd begin with Frank, particularly because he is here as a custodian of Bessie Head. And we thought that there's no better way to begin this panel than by welcoming and I think honoring the presence of Bessie Head in this room, because she is one who I think has spoken so beautifully and complexly about the ideas of home, language, belonging, and borders as an African woman. So Frank, I'm going to hand over to you now.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and each to this session. My part is really just to talk a little bit about Bessie Head and then pick up on the conversation of my fellow panelists. So Bessie Head is an outstanding writer of South Africa, but also on the African continent. She writes with great vision about the future, about what she felt for Africa and what she felt for the whole of humanity. Her own life was defined a great deal by being displaced by the brutality of colonial and other repressive systems. And her early years in Pietermaritzburg were also defined by a lot of brutality meted out to her by the racist system of apartheid. So she wrote about displacement in very, very powerful ways. And in one of her books, this is When Rain Clouds Gather, the protagonist is Makaya, who leaves South Africa after the frustrations of the apartheid system, after being thrown into jail, after joining political systems, political parties in which the party politics didn't turn out to his satisfaction, and eventually ends up in Botswana. So his displacement starts on that journey. And during that journey, on the border, entering Botswana, he already starts to feel the impact of being displaced in his body, knots in his stomach, tensions, anxiety. And this is because of the way borders function to protect the nation states. He crosses over into Botswana, and again, he's made to feel like an outcast, completely marginal. At one stage on his journey, just across the border, he meets for the night. That old woman makes it clear to him that he's undesirable to her for the only reason that he comes from across the border. And she literally spits on the ground to show what she thinks of him, is how Bessie Head describes it. Moving on from his journey, he arrives in a village, Kholemo Midi, that he wants to actually be based in. And on the one hand, he experiences a community going through change and being very resistant to outsiders and strangers who might bring new ideas. But at the same time, he finds a way to develop connections and community. And even in the way Bessie Head describes it, that he brings together the shattered pieces of his life by forming community. In that process, he gets involved in agricultural work, involved in resistance action against one of the chiefs who is acting like a dictator towards the community, and that forms a very, very strong bond between him and the community. And what Bessie Head is telling us there is that in social issues with communities, it is possible for the outsider, the stranger, to form new bonds, find belonging, and then to find that sense of home. And I'll just read to you a section from that, from When Rain Clouds Gather. He gets involved in an agricultural cooperative and the kinds of transformation he goes through. Makaya found his own kind of transformation in this enchanting world, the agriculture and the cooperative. It wasn't a new freedom that he silently scattered fragments of his life into a disciplined whole. And so there's this process of the wholeness that is taking place. I'll say something now about Maru, which is Bessie Head's second novel. Called it simplistic, but whatever Bessie Head says about her own work, you must actually read a little more, because some of her comments, even about her own work, is provocations, but there's always something deeper. And she says this is the dream novel she wanted to write. That is the novel called Maru. So in Maru, the Masarwa people and their experience of subjugation within Botswana. And this novel follows the story of Margaret, who is a displaced person in so many senses. The novel starts where Margaret is found as a baby along just into an orphanage and faces all the struggles of exclusion, of being an outcast that people who are sent into orphanages experience. In this novel, we see the ways in which the Masarwa people are treated in Botswana. And in this regard, Bessie wrote, and again I'll just quote here from her work. She said, "Of all things that can be said of oppressed people, the worst things are said and done to the Bushmen." She also wrote, "Children learnt it from their parents. Their parents spat on the ground as a member of a low, filthy nation passed by. Children went further. They spat on you, they pinched you. They danced a wild jigger with the tin cans rattling, shouting, 'Bushmen, low breed.'" So this was the experience of Margaret. Intersection of being displaced, intersection with racism, as well as the intersection with patriarchy in a very, very male-dominated society. So these are the issues that Bessie had foreground so powerfully in her work. So let's just look at where and what are the roots of this displacement. So this displacement that she talks about emerges from colonialism, from apartheid, and also neo-colonialism. It's these systems of domination which exist. And whenever they do that, they dispossess others. And what they dispossess is the land. They dispossess your selfhood. And they dispossess access to anything that is part of a decent life. So these systems of exploitation and super exploitation, of imperialism, of the intersection between race and capitalism are seeming to have a resurgence worldwide. So this is the reality of displacement that Bessie Head was writing about. There's a line in When Rain Clouds Gather where Matthias is asked by somebody along his journey, "What are you looking for?" And he said, "What I want is a living life instead of a living death." Now, when Bessie Head uses that and puts those words into the mouth of a narrator, what it means is that under capitalist exploitation, coupled with racism and imperialism, what happens to the individual and to communities is that the selfhood, your humanness is suffocated. In South Africa and in other places colonized, they took people out of communities, villages where they were living under cultural and traditional systems they created and told, actually he has a better life in the cities. And when they got to the cities, they were put in dormitory townships, dormitory suburbs, townships, or they were was constituted of going to work, earning just enough to be kept alive from day to day, going to bed, sleeping, going back to work the next day. That is what we call a living death. And this notion of death is at the heart.
There's a lot to unpack there. But without further ado, we're going to move on to Lorato. So would you like to start with the clip screening? Okay. Thank you, Sylvia.
Lang geleden het die dieren ook aan gepraat het. En die Bushman het saam met die dieren gepraat. Van die taal kom uit die natuur uit.
Die Bushman het baie dinge deurgemaak. Soos die wilde diere gevlug het, so moes hy ook soos 'n wilde dier vlug. Want daar was geld as jy 'n Bushman geskiet het.
As die boer ook daar kom, en hy hoor ons lekker taal ze praat, ons laat hulle slaap.
Jou taal sê wie jy is. Hierdie mense moet afgedruk word, moet verneder word.
Bushman was er niks. Ek weet die dag wanneer ek nie meer daar is, wat gaan van die moedertaal word nie. Leer die taal vir die mense. Leer liefde.
Maar die ander mense se intenties is, dis 'n goudmyn. Mense wil geld maak.
Voort te kan laat leef. Niemand gaan dinge doen sonder my, vir my man.
Kawa.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? So, this is, she's 91 years old. She lives in the Kalahari in Uppington. And I wrote a story about her. I've known her for a long time. So I was just following what she was doing and so on. And she is actually the only mother tongue speaker of the Ngu language. She has taught her granddaughter and somebody else, and she's teaching her great-grandchildren as well. And she started a school in Uppington where she is teaching the children how to speak the language because she cannot read and write. And she's just making sure that her language doesn't die. But, you know, the focus is not only on, I think that we forget when people talk about Oma Katrina and her preserving her language, we tend to not focus on why. Why did the language die? Why is the language being, extinct? It's because somebody just decided that they hated the language and they wanted them to stop speaking the language. So Oma Katrina grew up on a farm in the Kalahari in Olifantshoek where her parents were farmers. And it was a large community of the Khoi and San people who spoke various variants of the Khoi and San languages. And family spoke Ngu. And the farmer just decided that the language was ugly and they needed to stop speaking the language. I mean, that was the time of colonialism in the 1940s and so on. And he promised to shoot them. And Oma Katrina, when she was telling me the story, said he was not bluffing, he was going to shoot them. So they had to stop. They had to stop speaking the language. They were scared that the farmer was going to shoot them. And that's how then everyone just started taking an identity that was not theirs. She keeps on saying, they were forced to now speak Afrikaans and take an identity of being colored. And she always say that I'm not colored, but not in a bad way, but because that's her identity is being a new person. But she was forced to take an identity and she had to bury it for a very long time and pretend that she was colored instead. And because there was a time in the history of this country where being a Khoisan was a money-making scheme for others, for the farmers, for the hunters. The Khoisan were actually hunted. There were people who had certificates to hunt Khoisan for medicinal purposes. So if you saw a Khoisan and you had, they were not treated as humans, they were subhuman. And then, that was then. So that is why then they had to bury the fact that they were Khoi and Sen, because their lives were also in danger of being killed by these farmers, these hunters who were looking for medicine, because there was this belief that because they were subhuman, their body parts would make medicines for the white people that will cure them or whatever they were thinking about. So that is what happened for the longest time, that she had to live with an identity. It was only when she was in her 70s that there was some who were going around saying that, there's this language that people used to speak. And they went around in the Kalahari, in the Northern Cape, looking for people who spoke the language. There were about 20 of them in the early 90s, 96 and so on, 20 of them who spoke the language. But they were too scared to come out because they had one of those people. When some of them were found, they identified Oma Katrina and they went to visit, these people went to visit Oma Katrina, and she point blank refused and said, I'm not Khoisan, I don't speak Ngu, I'm colored, I don't want that, because she was scared that she learned that it was, a government mandated thing, that they wanted to kind of revive the language. But it was already too late. Some of them were old and they died. Oma Katrina and her siblings, and their siblings died 2020, 2022. It was 3 of them. Then now she's the only mother tongue speaker. I want to always emphasize that she's some people that she has taught the language, but she's the only one who's the mother tongue speaker. And she cannot read and write. And this language is actually believed to be like 2,500 years old. But again, it is a language that's not documented. I mean, when I was writing the book, I did not have enough literature to, for me to do the research to talk about how the language, physically, Oma Katrina was the person that I spoke to on the language and so on. But in some, 2010 or so, then there were some linguists at UCT, a unit at UCT, who developed the orthography for the language. And that's when the language taken up in a way that it's out there written, because there are no readers as well. There are people who are not going to read the language. Oma Katrina just wants her language to not die with her when she dies. That's her biggest fear, that then there will be nothing. It will be like her people never existed, because that's exactly what's going to happen if her language dies with her. That's why she's trying so hard. So that is what happens. And I always want to, because of my work in early literacy over the years in promoting African languages, I always say to parents that, and teachers that it's so easy for a language to die. It's so easy for people's identity to be consumed by other identities as well. People are not going to invest, or the country is not investing in languages, or communities are not investing in promoting their languages and not speaking their languages. We know we've got this phenomenon in South Africa where a large number of middle-class black parents have now started this thing of not speaking languages to their children. They just speak English. I'm blaming anyone, and I'm not pointing a finger here. I'm just saying there's this thing going on where parents are just proud that their parents and their children are not able to speak Zulu, they are not able to speak Sepedi or Setswana and so on. And I always, because of my research in Oma Katrina's extinct because we are not investing in it, because, you know, because it's speaking, it's writing, it's reading, it's doing all these things that you can do for a language to stay, to be able to continue for generations and generations, so that it can be taken up by the young people. So if and read the language in 50 years, then that language, what happens to it? So that is basically what is this with Oma Katrina's story. So it's a story of a buried identity, a buried language, and just all these other things that, you know, during that time also, when you look at the South African history, I mean, I'm not, I write, and when I write about these things, I was like, why are we not having these books in schools today? This history is not being taught. What the history that our children are being taught. I mean, my daughter is 14, and I remember when, you know, at her school, I made a big fuss because she came with homework, and they were teaching them about Mount Rushmore. And I was very upset. You know, I went to the school and said to the principal that you can't be serious. You are not teaching children about Mount Rushmore. Why would you teach the children about Mount Rushmore and say, maybe if you want to teach them about languages, teach them about Mount Kilimanjaro or something else, not Mount Rushmore. And they stopped. I'm happy to say that they didn't continue. So that's basically what is going on in our country, where a history is buried. We are not taking up historical, you know, things that happened, which are facts. That is why today, you know, people just go on, and every time when we talk about what happened during apartheid, it will be like, oh, you know, before then, for the past many years ago, you know how what happened to Oma Katrina is because you don't have the history of Oma Katrina, what happened to her then. So, and it's only, you know, when black people express the fact that, you know, talk about apartheid, then we are made to feel guilty that you need to forget about apartheid. It's been 30 years. But then the same people you need to forget apartheid, they don't really know much about apartheid. They haven't taken the time to learn about what happened to other people or to their countrymen, about what happened, what they have lost, what they are still dealing with today. So that is that about, you know, identity and loss of so many things. It's not just identity, it's your culture. She knew about a new person. She had to live in an identity that was not hers, that was imposed on her for 70 years. She's 91 today, and it's only like the past 20 years that she's been living as her true identity. Can you imagine not, you know, for 70 years living as somebody else and not yourself? So that's basically my work in the work of Oma Katrina. So that clip is here, a documentary that came out in September, which was flighted on SABC2, and yeah, that's about it. I don't know if you want me to read now or later the chapter that I have identified, or maybe as we go.
Yeah, I think maybe now we can get to Sylvia.
Thank you.
Kite says, greetings. I begin by paying my respects to the First Nations custodians of this land, and by acknowledging that this event is being held on the traditional lands of the indigenous people of respects to my elders past, present, and future, and pay my respects to our ongoing connections with land, sea, and community. Sidagera Tswatswa, we are beginning. Home, language, belonging, and borders. Just a few very short reflections. Quite a comprehensive theme. So our notions of home are personal, physical, linked to community. But for me, ultimately, my strongest connection to home comes from deep in my heart and influences the work that I do. But notions of home are ever changing. And what I just like to reflect on briefly when we talk about home, especially when we talk about South Africa as a home, is these notions of entitlement versus title deeds. We came to inherit an understanding that the land belongs to those who have the papers to prove it. And I think that belonging is clearly expressed in things like rock art. I just think that the rock texts are probably the original title deeds. Belonging. I grew up in Cape Town, and my journey has been from Cape Town's pigmentocracy to an indigenous identity. As a young kid in than I was, and where Cape Town's colorism really reigned supreme, I was extremely aware of my difference, my skin color, my hair. And I remember one time the principal in the primary school coming into the class, and he always put a fair kid on his lap when he fair kids, and I accepted that that was the kind of natural thing. Looking back, I think he was a bit of a pedophile, so I'm really grateful he didn't put me on his lap. But one day he came into the class and complimented me on the fact that although we hadn't yet been taught how to use complex sentences, in the little compositions that I was writing, who normally just the fair kids with the straight hair was giving me a compliment. Sorry. I've been in Cape Town for a while, and I'm still getting used to being back here. But all that changed quite aware high school, and was introduced to Black consciousness, which was a turning point for so many of us. And post-school, I was discovering the world through a media lens and feeling a very different sense of identity and belonging as a young media person. And looking back over these, it's really been a time of almost every decade re-examining who I am becoming in this strange nation with its exceptional problems. And in recent times, changing direction again in terms of, and because of that, becoming intensely involved in Khoisan revivalism and the exciting moment that we have in this country of rebuilding a nation that has been obliterated, as both my colleagues have referred to previously. So a few reflections on carving up Africa. They didn't just carve up a continent, they carved up people internally. They broke our connections with our traditional beliefs, with our spiritual practices, with our cultural practices, with who we are. And that separation from self, separation from culture and connection and disease that visits us to this day. It is no coincidence that communities that were seen in terms of apartheid as so-called colored have much more pressing problems in some respects when it comes to drug addiction, crime, violence, alcoholism. These things are not prevalent because those people are naturally more prone to these things. They have deep historical roots, and the disconnection that came with creating separations inside people, separating them from their belief systems and from their cultures is part of that. Lorata talked about Oma Katrina. There are so many Katrinas that I see around me every day. They're not all new speakers, but they have been completely eradicated. Frank talked about a kind of dispossession and suffocation that ends up in a kind of living death. And that's exactly what I grew up with. I grew up with people who were not aware of who they were as Africans because of what has happened in the past. And fortunately, we have reached a moment where we are now returning to ourselves and exploring new identities. Language in the communities that I grew up in is, you know, as Lorata has so expertly laid out for us, has experienced erasure. And when you experience that kind of intellectual erasure, you are completely absent from the landscape of history. There's no sense of identity. There's no sense of ownership of the land. And of course, people are not going to look after the earth when they don't feel a connection with it, when they've been told not yours, you don't belong here, you're less than human. And these things didn't stop in 1994. The new South Africa didn't arrive suddenly on the 27th of April, 1994. These things are with us, and this kind of discussion, this kind of interaction helps us to become aware of what it is that we need to overcome, especially when we are. And what I have found in terms of the work that I do, writing and making films and storytelling in general, is that we have to write into this void that is being created, the void where we are absent, where our writing is absent, especially where the voices of Black women are absent. And we have to address the archive, as Corinne puts it, and the archive being the archive that is not there, the missing archive. We have to address that, and in some kind of way, in retrospect, put back what needs to be there. And I've done this with a short film, which I will show you shortly, called Khao. Khao is a word concept in a now extinct language of the Kham people of the Northern Cape. And Khao means to shoot with a magical arrow or go on a magical expedition. And just coincidentally, in international trading, it's also the currency symbol for gold. So it's a short film of about 4 minutes, which was selected for the Hollywood African Cinema Connection earlier this year in LA. Before I play the film, there's a connection with Lerato's work. We did an exhibition for the SKA, the Square Kilometre Array Observatory, that is being built in the Karoo and also in Western Australia. And in this exhibition, painted this amazing portrait of Omar Katrina as his celebration to her. And the exhibition, which Nadine referred to earlier, was called Cosmic Echoes. Thank you. I will now just have to switch from one thing to the other to play the film. Just a little preamble in the film that says, remembering is a special way of practice collection. Differently with the healing action of going back into history to fetch precious, intangible possessions that have been ripped out of our existence, out of our beings.
My people had a word, no, more than a word. Khao flowed through us, lived in us, connected us. Then it left us. When it went away, this word that is more than a word, it tumbled down the mountains and out of our mouths. A precious possession, stolen, gone. Nothing has filled the vacant house. Magic does not live in the home of the new words. Disconnected, broken arrows going nowhere.
Khao, khao, khaun, khaun. Khao, khao, khaun, khaun.
Our children play with empty words that do not speak of mystical journeys. How my people had a word. How, so much more than a word. How, melodies.
Clay, Koaha Clay, Koaha Naris, Puruha Clay, Puruha Naris. In the modern Khoi language, in Kokukova, we say no time journey.
Deep in the earth, there is a healing. The land awaits our right doing. Ancestral voices guide us back to other magical arrows, and the melody of words and words to the Khao.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you all. I think that was a really rich opening to what is already a very promising set of reflections here. And so I thought maybe to begin with, we can take this just a little bit deeper, because here you are sharing your reflections and as artistic practitioners. And so I thought maybe the first thread is something we can already pick on, that I think Sylvia has started to unpack, which is this idea of our personal biographies and how they've gone on to inform your artistic practices. So, you know, how is it that also, as part of our journeys of belonging and finding our identities, that you as artistic and cultural practitioners have, I think, found ways to find yourselves through your creativity?
Thank you. So, you know, when it comes to the issue of identity, when I came across Oma Katrina's story and that it took her that long to live her true self, I was thinking about my own up in the Kalahari, in the Northern Cape, in a small town. You know, because, you know, in a township, and I will tell you about, you know, when people are talking about xenophobia and all those, you know, all those things. And I think about when, you know, with my mother, who is a Motswana, and I had a Namibian who came from Namibia. And, you know, for most Black South Africans, if you don't have a South African father and a South African surname, you are othered. You are never one of them, you know. So that was kind of my whole upbringing. You grow up in this township that is very, Botswana is, them have got this Tswana surnames, and your family is looked at like you are not one of us, you know. So that was how I grew up, and I understood Oma Katrina's story and being othered, that as much as I, you know, we just, for us, we are I don't know his culture. I don't know where he comes from. I've never been where he came from. I don't know his people. I don't know my paternal family. And I mean, obviously I will take my maternal upbringing. That's what I know, because my mother's family was there. My mother's family comes from Motswana and my mother's family. But I know that I was just never enough for the people in my township who are Botswanas. I mean, you can be Xhosa and Zulu and something. You were accepted as long as you had a South African to here I was with a surname that was funny, that was not Tswana, with a father who couldn't speak Setswana. He spoke Afrikaans, and that was the other thing. You know, when I was growing up, I grew up speaking, my family grew up speaking Afrikaans. I mean, you come from the Northern Cape. Anyone who's been to the Northern Cape knows how Afrikaans it is. And you know, there's Motswana in the Northern Cape, because we just look, and that was what, when I went to Cape Town, I was telling you that the first time when I moved to Cape Town, and I lived in Cape Town from 2003, I had such a culture shock in Cape Town because of the, for the disconnect between the colored community in Cape Town and the black community. Because that was not the case in my community. When I grew up in the Northern Cape, that was not the case. In the Northern Cape, even during apartheid, the Botswanas and the colored people were always connected. There was never, like I say, you wouldn't know who was colored and who was Tswana, because the colored people spoke Setswana and the Botswana people spoke Afrikaans. And you would go to a township of, a colored township, and you have relatives there. So, and the colored people will come to our township. They had relatives within the Botswana township. So that was, for me, that was the disconnect that I saw in Cape Town among the colored community and the Xhosa community and so on. So it is that the issues of identity in South Africa are much, much deeper, because of how we grew up. So many people have taken identities that are not theirs. And that's how, so for me, I made peace with my identity as I grew older, as I understood. But when you are a child growing up in that kind of environment and identity, then you don't even know where to get the questions, the answers, and so on. But as I grew older and bolder, I was like, I can actually be bold. As much as I don't know my father's identity or his people, I can still claim that for myself. So yeah.
Thanks, Lorato. I find that story quite amazing. And I'm quite intrigued by the parts of South Africa where actually the border is smudged, and where you find people who speak Nama. They say they in Namibia, and then they actually live not very far away from people who speak. So my father grew up in an area called Mzimkhulu, and he was fluent in isiXhosa, in Zulu, and then also in sort of what the languages we speak, a bit of Afrikaans, a bit of English. Everybody was shunted off into their little boxes, the usual divide and rule. And the familiarity with all those languages then was lost. So one of the things about the displacement and its imposed is the dividing and the rule and the breaking up. So that's really what we experienced, and we also experienced the loss of land. And currently there are groups working to find out what happened to the land that was owned by people like my father in that particular area. And they're going into the archives. In this case, the place was declared Transkei. And as a result of that, people were forcibly removed. They had to leave and go to Pietermaritzburg, the same town that Bessie Head was in. And that was done without compensation, without agreement. It was done dominant system really takes control, takes charge of your resources and disowns you. And so that's part of the experience. And then I just want to touch on lastly the point you were making, Sylvia, which, I completely agree. One who said we're all oppressed the same. But I think in material things, come 1994, there's the extent to which, in fact, if you're in what they call the African communities, the conditions were much worse, and because of the way in which the whole apartheid system worked. But that's the material things. But when you being alienated from yourself and from each other, community where you don't know who you are, this community that you spoke of is in a much worse place. So when you go around KZN and you go to these communities in Wentworth and Sydney, it is just aspirational. Some say we're from St. Helena. Other people claim they're from connected to some other groups. But really, it's a vacuum and it's a gap. And it then does lead to a lot of antisocial behavior and so when we talk of the word remember, we mean remember, bringing the members, the parts together into its wholeness and into its one. And that's the deeper remembering that you've invoked with your video, Sylvia. Thank you.
We were talking earlier about, this finding yourself and your identity. And I don't think it's a moment. In the South African sense, the challenge is so huge. It's such a complex issue that I'm still experiencing this every day. And but something stands out for me. So as I mentioned earlier, in the Cape and in the Western Cape, Khoi and Son revivalism and that kind of cultural activism. And it's the basis of a lot of the creative work that I do. But I was at UJ, I just arrived about almost 6 years ago now, and in the very first week they were in the UJ theater towards the back at these tiers of Black academics, just hundreds and hundreds of Black academics. And I became so emotional because it was the first time in my entire career that I was working in a truly African institution, run by African people with overseas were mostly white men. And in the other universities that I've worked with, UCT, Stellenbosch, and some universities overseas and the University of the Free State, such a site is still far, far in the future, and what that means, and it's not just replacing one race with another. What that meant in the last 5+ years that I've been at UJ is that I could be myself, I could be more of myself than I've ever been. And it was such a sad feeling because to think that some of us will never experience that depending on where we find ourselves professionally, and to think that our children are referred to, that teaches them about being other, entrenches the fact that they are other, that they are not the mainstream, that the mainstream is somewhere out there, and that it's definitely white. And so I just felt that moment of UJ combined with the Khoi and San it is for us to stop being this dual person, to stop operating in this reality where we have to explain ourselves all the time, where we have to be apologetic, where we have to kowtow to somebody else's idea of what the world should be like, from a textbook to a song on the radio to a film on television. It is making our children decade after decade feel that they are others. So this issue of identity is an ongoing project.
Thank you so much. Another really common connection I saw between all of your responses was this, I think, very obvious awareness. So I think, Frank, you just now beautifully articulated it as this idea of a need to re-remember, right? Like we need to build ourselves through memory. And Sylvia, I think you called it the void where we are absent. Lorato, the fact that we have a buried history. So there is, but I wondered what it is about creativity in particular that you saw as a suitable medium to then respond to this absence. What is it about your creative practices that allow for a response that, you know, now just writing history in a particular way can't necessarily fulfill?
I'm sorry, I just need to very quickly respond. And I think, you know, the shortest answer to that is it takes a long time to change a curriculum or to rewrite a history textbook. But a play can be staged within months. And we've had visceral experiences of how when children Pretoa Eva van der Kaap, which is about a 17th century slave woman. When they see a story like that told from her perspective, not from a colonial perspective, and that echoes the kind of problems that these young children are still dealing with. We had, at one stage at the Woordfeest in Cape Town, we had about 1,400 school kids coming to see the workshops afterwards, where we work with them through the themes of the play. But the feedback from those children, some of their feedback was very visceral. They did visual art, they did performance, they did poetry, they did dancing. And to sum it all up, they were saying, why have we not been taught about Pretoa? Why are we not told about our own story? For a very long time, and the remedy can be effected in a very short time.
Sorry, Lorato, I'm interrupting just to say, can you include a little taste of your book in your response as well? I think we're ready now.
Yeah. So I just wanted also to add on what this creativity and what the children were saying. Why have you not been taught about Pretoa and so on? And it's the same thing that when I write my book. I mean, Oma Katrina's book is my fourth book in the series that I call Unsung Heroes, where I write about South Africans who have done exceptionally well, especially during the time of apartheid. And why did I not know about all these stories? I mean, even then, when in the 90s, when I was in high school, I should have known about Rosina, because she was in the 1970s, the first black woman who ran with white women, and she actually said multiple, because she was back then. And that story was not written. Even when I was doing my own research, I couldn't find any literature around Merosina, because there was nothing on her. The same way with the second book that I wrote about Sol Sithole, who was a black ornithologist, scientific study of birds. And there was nothing on him, yet there was this man who actually found Mrs. Pless. But it was never about him. It was always about Robert Broom, the professor who was the one who found Mrs. Pless, but not Sithole, and all that stuff. So that is why, why are our children not being taught about this kind of history? So that creativity that you get into, like, these are the stories that I want to tell, that I want our children to know. So I will read in secret. So over the years, the family grew. Trina, Bet, Feiki, Lena, Simon, Koos, Jan, and Koti. Eventually, there were 8 girls and 3 boys in the family. That's Oma Katrina's family. The majority of the farm workers were Sa, and Ngu was their way of communicating. Katrina's father was a Motswana, but he never taught her Setswana. All the farm workers had to speak Afrikaans. Listen to me, said the mother. The farmer has said that no one on this farm, including children, will be allowed to speak any language other than Afrikaans. It is now the law of the farm. Why did he say that, Mama? Katrina asked. He said he didn't want his children to hear our ugly language, said their father. His voice was serious. He promised to shoot anyone who goes against this law. And you all know he will do it. I'm scared, Mama, whispered Katrina. Don't worry, Katrina, said father. I will teach all of you to speak Ngu. It is our language, and I'm proud of you. Thank you, Mama. Listen closely, her mother said, her voice as soft as a breeze. Ngu is more than words. It is a bridge between our hearts and the past. We will speak Ngu at home, and the farmer won't know. I love all the click sounds we make when we speak Ngu, Mama, said Katrina. I'm glad because I won't be ashamed of our language, and neither should my children be ashamed. Just be careful when you are near the farmer and his family. Don't let them hear you speaking our language. Anna and her family continued to secretly speak their language at home. They had to be very careful, and they spoke in hushed tones for fear of the farmer. When Katrina was old enough, she had to work on the farm alongside her parents. She went about her days doing exactly what she was told to do. Everything seemed to go smoothly until the day she heard her father's voice booming across the farmyard. It was loud. Then she heard the farmer's voice. It was even louder. Her mother ran up. What's going on? I don't know, Mama, but they both sound angry. They heard boots crunching on the gravel. Get your things. Papa, what? No questions. Katrina, get your brothers and sisters. Ask Simon to get the chickens and goats. Pack up everything you can carry. But, Papa, we are leaving this farm now. We are going to another town. Do as your pa says and be quick. But where are we going, Mama? She asked. I don't know, Katrina. They had no idea that the next town was 170 kilometers away, and they had to walk. Yeah, that's chapter 2. Yes, so they had no idea that the next town was 170 kilometers away. When they left the farm in Oliphant's Hoek, and they had to walk to Uppington, which is 170 kilometers away because the farmer had chucked them out of the farm. That was that. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadine. I think your question up in communities, settings, even families where you actually denied voice. What does it mean to find the voice again? So that was the interest for me in the work. I think the other question that I know opinions on this is whether what is more impactful is working with facts and information and data in trying to actually recalibrate what happened to really find the truth, or imagination, and what is the relationship between those two in finding truth, and obviously when you work like some of us have worked here, you are working in that side where you're saying, well, I will work with facts and information, but at a certain stage I will go beyond into the area of imagination. I won't wait for all those facts. And the beauty about working like that creatively is you can introduce something normative in there. So by normative, what it means, you're relating what you do to something that you think is a vision formative that you can bring in also in that. Just lastly to say, Zubaida Jeff has recently written a book, and in this book on Charlotte McKirke, she's written the book about Charlotte McKirke's life as a story, and particularly about her early life. This book, that book is written on the basis of fiction, of her imagination. So she's recreated the whole story.
Thank you so much. So as Frank was foreshadowing, that I'm aware you're not an audience, but you're audience. I think everybody here has spoken so powerfully about the joy of borderlessness. And so I do want to encourage you to join in on our conversation. So if you have any questions, you can just raise your hand as an indication, and I'll gladly bring your question to the table. But failing that, I'm going, because I do have very pressing questions that I want to ask you based on your responses and this idea of the border. And the border is something that's quite violent, and how sometimes we use it as a mode of, I think, security or even protection against feelings of alienation. And so as we're talking about identity, but also now where we are and where we find ourselves in contemporary South Africa, with this question of colored identity. So we had a chance to speak earlier in the week, and I think very blithely threw it to Frank that now in contemporary South Africa, for those of you who don't know, our biggest international pop sensation, and now on a global stage, fighting for her right to assert a colored identity. But as we see that history tells a very different story. So I wondered if you could elaborate on that for us.
Yeah, I'll just say something very quickly about it and hand over to the other panelists. So you have this term, and it's just a pot that the system throws a whole lot of things into. And so in my example of the people part, system, you're either called other colored or Cape colored. There were various other forms of it. And your story that you were talking about, Oma Katrina, you're just part of that. And you just meant then to behave in particular ways related to this thing, which is, yeah, it's difficult.
Also, just a short response. I've written a book called The Keeper of the Kum, and it's called, the full title is The Keeper of the Kum, Longing and Belonging of a Bushmankind. And Kum is a word for story in the Kham language. And the parts which relates to my own identity growing up. And the first part is mixed, the second part is colored, the third part is black, which relates to black consciousness, and the last part is Khoisan. And so for me, this colored identity has been an experience which I've passed through because it doesn't answer the fullness of myself. And because it doesn't answer the fullness of myself, I've passed through it and went in search of something else. But I'm fully aware of the fact that there are other people for whom colored is an identity and a full stop. And I think those things can all coexist quite peacefully.
I don't know, I wouldn't know anything about, I've just grown up as a Motswana woman. I
No,
didn't know
fair,
anything about it.
So yes, okay, so in the interest of making up time, maybe I'm going to take this as one round of questions before we wrap up. So, oh, I see. Mm.
Thank you so much for such an insightful panel. I'd like to ask you how your work speaks to the issue of ambiguous solidarity among oppressed people, right? And the reason why I ask this question is that Melorato, so I grew up Tswana, but my parents said something to me that I can date anybody I want, but I mustn't bring a colored boy home because ke morafe o senang kgosi, right? But at the same time, at your wedding, they'll say you're colored because you're light-skinned, right? So in terms of storying and storytelling, how we speak to ambiguous solidarity as different kinds of oppressed people. I'm sitting next to somebody who the whole of Joburg with the Herman Baker buildings, they were built by Italian prisoners of war, right? And so just understand how your work treats the idea of ambiguous solidarities among oppressed. We're not trying to do the Oppression Olympics, but how do you navigate that through your work and why storytelling is important to achieve that end? Thanks.
Can you please pass the microphone down? Thank you.
Just very quickly. So the first thing is Tyler, and the second thing relates to the name of the panel. I think that Tyler's issue, that if she's going out into an international space, because the Americans don't control the identity of people around the world. However, I think that it's important, though, to understand the nuances of what the term, I'm going to park that there. Because, before I park it there, I always do that. Because when she goes into that environment, she represents as a Black woman. She takes on the garb of an African American because she's selling. So, I mean, we need to be very clear about that. I will leave that. And on the other thing, discussion that you're having, and I took notes, like in the last panel. So, for me, my research is around, it's around language, it's around identity. And in particular, when we look at the being taught in mother tongue and then they're then taught in English. And it's part of the problem that we have where our children fall within that chasm of not being fully formed in either. And it follows them up until or through university. So as I was listening to this, you gave us definitions, Sylvia, in terms of what that is. And I also thought, when we're discussing this, in Konabo's panel, she talked about the episteme. And we talk about Ubuntu in South Africa. And when I look at the education system, I'm wondering if we need to look at how we epistemic, for example. We're looking at constructivism, but looking at how do we assess the education of our children through an Ubuntu pedagogy. And I want to throw that at you in terms of the use of words, the use of home, and the use of language. I'm in school today, so I need.
Okay, great. So I don't know who would like to respond or respond first.
I mean, for respond to Karabo's question, like I was saying earlier that, you know, for me growing up in the Kalahari, in the Northern Cape, where there was solidarity between coloureds and Botswana people, that is why it was such a shock to me when I went to Cape Town and I saw that there was the disconnect between the coloureds and the Xhosa people or that. So because in the Northern Cape, we always had understanding that we were the oppressed and we needed to be together. I mean, of course, there were some, you know, some things like Arab is saying there's a song, a wedding song, you know, in Setswana where when the bride looks beautiful, there's a song that will say, "Ngwana o tshwana le colored," meaning that you are as beautiful as a colored. So nothing and so on. Those are the things, and that also, like that, you know, you can bring any boy home, but not a colored person because they are a nation without a chief or a king. That's what Karabo was saying, basically. So that's why I'm saying, you know, I think that's You know, for South Africa, I always say that with the province from each other. I remember when I went to Cape Town for the first time, all those many years ago, and I grew up in a small town that is very Afrikaans and verkramte, and you know, the races, there was, I mean, basically there were AWB people with their horses, you know, in our small town in Kuruman, you know, working around there. Never a time in my growing up in that town where I was called the K word. And I was called that in Cape Town by a colored person, you know. So, and that was the first time ever in my life. And I'm talking, that was like 10 years after democracy, where I was called that word in Cape Town by a colored person. And I was just small town, went to a university in a small town. So I didn't have that city life, and I was naive about what can happen. For me, my naivety was also about the understanding the colored identity and the black identity from where I was coming. There was only I knew.
Yeah, thanks for that. So this question is really an interesting question, because Bessie had really addressed it. And she said, I don't really aspire to be a writer. And she, at one stage, had an identification with Southern Africa, later on with Africa. And then she often also talked about the new human being, where there would even be new relations between men and women. So a lot of, obviously, what I say then is aspirational. It often doesn't relate to some of the real experiences you have, like on the Cape Flats, the fears our people have with, you know, especially now with this fear of other people taking your jobs and taking your opportunities from you, taking hospital facilities. Those are real, but I want to speak this aspirationally, because one of the things about that scenario is that out of their brokenness, people are using those things like the K word, they push away their other people. But the flip side of that is the thing which has been highlighted a lot by Nelson Mandela, and a great deal by the United Nations Charter after, I think it was the Second World War, when they talked about what it was to be human and a common humanity. And that common humanity goes back again to some of the things that Sylvia's talking about, where if you look at the genetic progression of human beings, and we come from one source, the earliest source. So when we say there's a reclamation around the sand and the koi, it's not to exclude others. It's in fact saying that is all our heritage if you really, really understand where our origins come from. And so you know, Mandela had lots of weaknesses, had many, many weaknesses, but there was a certain point at where he always talked about an idea and an ideal of a common humanity. And that is the thing that currently the world is not accepting. That in fact, since that last World War, we said that if something is needed for the dignity, for the humanity of one person on this earth, it must also apply for a person on the other side. And then lastly, let's just bring back this whole question between the tension between and the inequality between men and women. It's exactly these same things. Heart of the patriarchal and capitalist system, at the heart of the imperialist and capitalist system is patriarchy. So the whole idea of invading other countries, bombing them, taking over their land, pushing huge swaths of people into them. There's something in that which links in, is bonded into machismo. And so all of these things are the things that need to be reversed, and how do we find that aspirational thing? And I think it goes to your question, Karaba, how do we find that? And so in our terrain, we must walls away. Whatever terrain people are working in, they should actually break down these dividing things and actually find some of the connecting things. And just the last point then is that this brings me to a dilemma about identity struggles, which, sometimes identity oppressed and a marginalized group, and they create an energy to move forward. But if it solidifies into something which says, well, only we will speak and define the new, it's like, where does that go to, and where to have a place where it actually opens out into something that's a common humanity? It's a difficult one, and maybe others here can help.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, I don't know if you have any final thoughts.
No, I have nothing to add except to say that the solidarity, sorry, is something that I was very concerned with as a young person, and I think maybe we should start looking back at the methodologies that we developed fighting apartheid. Because apartheid didn't disappear just because we all felt passionate about it. It was hard work, and that solidarity. Too much work. I'm sure there are lots of work that I haven't specifically studied, but I think a lot more work needs to be done, and just artistic work, but scholarly work as well, on how that solidarity among the oppressed was built and achieved. And then in terms of an Ubuntu pedagogy, I leave it to the educationists to grapple with those things, but I'm just very glad my child isn't at school these days, because I would be fighting with those teachers like I did when my child was at school. And then to say that an Ubuntu pedagogy exists in the theater, and we need to use more of those kids, because the schools cannot cope with the demands of modern education, and so the theater and the arts in general can fill the gaps that the schools can't address.
Okay, so I think we've come to the end of our panel, so the only job left to me is to thank our wonderful panelists. Frank, so much. I think this has been a really fruitful conversation about these really, I think, big issues in our country: home, language, belonging, and borders. And I think what you all express so succinctly, and I think poetically even, is that there is this ambivalence around wonderful creative tension that we can exploit, I think in very fruitful ways as individuals, as communities, and hopefully as a nation. So thank you so much, and thank you for your, I think, abundant attention. I've been told that there are snacks now. So, and snacks have been provided in the hall outside, but it's only a 10-minute break, because then there is a poetry session that follows thereafter. So, oh. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me there? We're going to do a quick test with you before the room starts again. I'm going to bring you on screen just so that we can hear you. Okay, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can
Give
hear
me
you
1
well
second.
too.
Right, can you hear us now? Perfect. Both of you? Just talk for me.
Let me
So
just
we can just
change
hear you,
my
okay?
let me let me just change my Wi-Fi. You are
Okay,
breaking up. Give me a second.
okay, cool. Okay, but there's no feedback on either side. We seem to be good. And you can hear me okay?
It's good. Yeah, I can hear you well. Everything is fine with me in my connection. Can you guys hear me good now? I think it's clear.
Okay, great. I'm going to take you backstage again just while we wait.
There-
Well, as I said
There's a
earlier, there'll be a
slight
music interlude. Okay, I can hear you.
there's a slight lag. There's a slight lag where I can hear Yumna after she's done speaking. And I can hear myself. Yeah, me too.
Okay, not on my side. Okay, on this side, I'm clear with you. I just want to make sure there's no breakout in the room. Can we try quickly again? Just see. Are we just going to listen on the stream and see if there's any bit lag there? Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me both well? There isn't any echo now. I think it's better.
Yeah. Okay, I can hear
No,
you fine.
no, it's not.
No, no echo on my side either. Okay, we're good. Yeah, okay, we're just making doubly sure. All righty, I'm going to put you both backstage, and I'll bring you back on when we're ready to go. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Ifunukanya, ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyiwe bafethu inhliziyo emnyama, umlomo uyavuma ingoma iyala, yona ifunukanya, ifunukanya, ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyiwe bafazi inhliziyo emnyama, yona ifunukanya, ifunukanya, ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyiwe bafethu inhliziyo emnyama, umlomo uyavuma ingoma iyala. Ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya, yona ifunukanya, funukanya, ya, 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 ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Anyway, bantu inhliziyo emnyama, umlomo uyavuma ingoma iyala, yona ifunukanya, ifunukanya, ayo ifunukanya, ifunukanya, funukanya, ya, 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 ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyo ifunukanya, funukanya, ya, 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 ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Anyway, bantu inhliziyo emnyama, umlomo uyavuma ingoma ya, la, 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 ifunukanya, ifunukanya, ba, 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 ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Anyway, umlomo uyavuma ingoma ya, la, la, aya, ifunukanya, ifunukanya, aya, ya, ya, ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyo ifunukanya, funukanya. Eyo ifunukanya, ifunukanya, ifunukanya. Eyo ifunukanya, funukanya, ifunukanya, ifunukanya. I'm sitting here wondering if it's okay to love you the way I do. I see you also wondering the way you should, as you should. No, 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 no. This ain't no love song. gentle prayer. And I hope somebody's deity is listening to this universal please, please. Don't you know, don't you know, don't you know, I'll never say I love you unless I'm willing to break into one for me, one for you. One for me, one won't you take sparingly? Hey, 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 I wish bending over backwards to trigger war for him. So many holes in you, he could flute a whistle. He's bred the tempest to your hollow. Thinks himself God to this clay. You are just glad you can breathe through everywhere, part of everything. Soon to be no thing. Now be sure not to kick the bucket while you hang in there. Love for daisies, dear. The earth will swallow your bones, and all you will do is hover like a tempest, unsettling the debris, screaming, the end is near. He will shrine behind the spine of another, who will master archery and trigger peace for him, and you will remember. The holes came from you too. Throat too narrow, you wanted to breathe through everywhere, part of everything, soon to be nothing. Now you know, now you know, now you know. Now you know, willing to break into one for me, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me, one for Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Nomashenge Dlamini. I'm a poet and vocalist. Guitarist extraordinaire. Yeah, we're gonna do one more, Roshni. Just one more to say goodbye, but thank you so much. I hope you've had a good day, and I hope the rest of the evening is, just as beautiful. Aren't you a glad lad, a tad bad? The rat cat, why hang bad? I'm mad sad, I'm bad bad. No dad had the math F. I draw back to find fact. I stay back, the nomad. Aren't you a glad lad, a tad bad? The rat cat, why hang bad? I'm mad sad, I'm bad bad. No dad had the math half. I draw back to find fact. I stay pat, the nomad, the nomad. Aren't you a glad lad, a tad bad? The rat cat, why hand bad? I'm mad sad, I'm bad bad. No dad had the math half. I draw back to find fact. I stay packed, the nomad. A hoax frolics the hollow chest now, where idle arteries are arms churning monsters. Merciless ghost that gimmicks them into a tangle, unfree. Rinsed bloodless in a laughing satire, The ghost fails to mimic the humdrum of the absent tenant. It jollies about the soft parts, percussions my stern. Eased with stillness, vessels turn tunnels, wreaking inertia. Clots muddying the barefooted sanity now lost. Who will find it? Who will send out the brigade? Who will trigger the burning that will save our soul? Looting faith from my marrow. My worship is hesitant. The prayer mats wing Aladdin now. This temple a parody of Pisa now. And there will be no hovering. Aren't you a glad lad, a tad bad? I'm mad, sad, I'm bad, bad. No dad had the math half. I draw back to find fact. I stay packed, the nomad. Would you care to join us? Okay. There's some confidence here in the front. Not sure about the back. Come on. Just like that. Yeah, it sounds sweet. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.
For everybody who does not know, at the public hospital. So we thank her for getting this time off from serving the public. And obviously, you know, it's a big task. There's not enough medicines, we are told, but that's a story for another day. Thank you, guys. And over to Mr. Hassan Lorgat and Patiswa.
Thank you. You know, they say you can't interfere when there's music, although the music kept up our program, and I hope our two panelists are there. My name is Hassan Lorgat. I want to briefly introduce some of our panelists, or all of them, but they will have to say a lot more of themselves, but time that they don't speak too long on who they are. I'm with Patiswa here, whom I met for the first time today. You guys who watch TV may think I know her for a long time, because when Patiswa was not appointed as a board member, I was active, and I still am, with with public sector, the civic organization, with all our media groups, and we were feeling very strongly that as a former head of news who was unceremoniously taken out of a position, that she should be defended to take a seat on the board of SABC with a number of groups, media monitoring, etc. Eventually, Patricia is now a board member of the SABC, but I have only meeting her for the first time now. Yeah. Yumna, Egyptian Palestinian, was recently in the country doing a tour trying to educate us how. In fact, our session is called Narrating Palestine. There's a fascinating photograph, a visual, where Yumna is busy reporting the news as, if you like, buildings are falling out around her. But she'll tell us a little bit more about herself. Kanita Hunter works in media, was involved with, I don't know if she's still with News 24, specializing in health, and another principal journalist that we have here today. Yeah, in politics. But I think I'll ask you to do, when you do speak, please to say something about yourself a little bit more. I mean, I know that I've asked Patricia to come a bit earlier because I read elsewhere that she was lecturing in isiXhosa, loves the language and the cultures, was as a master in philosophy, education, etc. So clearly we have a very open-minded panel. I use as the start, I owe a debt to Edward Said in an essay he wrote in 1982 called basically The Right to Narrate. You know, if I read a few sentences here, you will close your eyes and you'll tell me I'm talking about today. No television watcher could have any Beirut. Yet a campaign has been waged in the media, attacking the media for a pro-PLO slant. You can read pro-Palestinian slant. Well, before the Israeli invasion, it got started in pro-Zionist publications like New long after in the Encounter, Commentary and Policy Studies, as well as college campuses where lectures entitled NBC in Lebanon, a study in misrepresentation, are regularly given. Now, I think when Edward Said wrote, he was probably, with a few other scholars, a lone voice. But of course, 43,000 people have been killed now, 10,000 missing, 100,000 probably under the rubble. But I still think that the narrative has managed to seep through, despite how mainstream media has tried to report it. So I guess in a way, one of the questions that we must take from Said's time, where he was talking about they wanted the permission to narrate their story because the media was distorting their message, erasing the lives of Palestinians, both figuratively and physically, and replacing them by Zionist and European narratives. Now, while a lot has been that we need to ask why many of the mainstream media in the world continue, despite the television, the revolution being televised, as Gil Scott-Heron says. He said it won't be televised, it is. It's the most recorded genocide in the world. You still get the media getting it wrong. I guess in some way we want to know why they're still in mainstream media. There are exceptions, and the most notable is the media house that Yumna works for. Al Jazeera has been brilliant in this regard. And I guess some people wanted me to ask you as well, Patiswa, why is it that we in South Africa, while our government has taken Israel to the ICJ on grounds that they're perpetuating and running a genocide, plausible or otherwise, but we see it every day where the soldiers are celebrating it. Why is it that we do not use BBC and others who take that away from us? Then, you know, I think that, you know, because what Said tried to do, he tried to center Palestinian voices. And with your permission, you present here with me, could we start with Yumna to try and answer this? How are Western, how is Egyptian media covering this? I know the Egyptian street is very different from Egyptian media. You know, how are they covering it? How do we overcome this kind of coverage? And what do you think the challenges are that lay for us ahead? I think you've got a few minutes to try and talk about that, 5-6 minutes, and then we can.
Well, I don't think we should specify only Egyptian media because this is, excuse me, a more broad situation where international media is supposed to be more significant in covering such conflicts, wars, genocides, and events in general. And it's very obvious that there is a very clear underreporting when it comes to the genocide of Gaza. And this is something, Hassan, that I have spoken about so many times in different meetings and conferences around the world, because it's very clear and we cannot continue to ignore the clear double standards that are being practiced by international media outlets and mainstream media in covering the Gaza genocide. Yes, international journalists have been banned from entering the Gaza Strip, but I deeply believe that their fight against this banning was not enough. It was barely even a fight, if we're going to name it correctly. Signing a couple of messages or letters and sending them to the Israeli government to say, oh no, we want to enter the Gaza Strip is not enough when you are banned in one of the most brutal wars in our modern history. And this is something that has been going on for such a long time. We have surpassed a year now, and it's still going on very brutally, very viciously, and it's not getting any better. The fact that when you look at media organizations around the world and you see how they are addressing the genocide on the Gaza Strip until today, after over a year, they're still calling it a war. Some are still calling it a conflict between Israel and Hamas, when in reality, and every single journalist in the world knows that that is not true. But yet they continue to use these misleading definitions and terms in communicating what is happening in Gaza to the public. And that's why the people around the world, especially in Western countries, are turning to social media platforms, which is something that actually risks the job of any journalism outlet or journalists around the world. But this is the natural development when the audience can see something that is coming out of Gaza in reality and hear on their screens something completely different than what is happening. And I believe also that these double standards come from the fact that the governments of these countries are allies to Israel. And in this case, we've seen it very clearly that journalism has been politicized and it is following agendas according to every government's agenda. It has not become or it has stopped playing the independent role of being that independent authority on its own to point out the wrongdoing of others and hold them accountable to it.
It could be, Kanita, could be something, I don't know whether you spoke of the media freedom panels recently. And Palestinian solidarity groups were quite good because they were written out of the script. They were not even on the agenda. And they brought their own banner pointing out all the journalists that were killed. But I wanted to ask, because you've had a long experience in both the public and private media, and maybe for both of you, is it why is it that when the Gaza Health Ministry produced a almost 650-page document that pointed out how many people were killed, gave names to them, and pointed out that 710 of those killed were children not yet 1 year old. And we don't know about this. I mean, I work in this area, and I get surprised when I read this figure. Kanisa, why do you think that our media is afraid? I mean, you've heard what Yumna said. Why are they afraid to just tell the truth? Not to take a side, if that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just apologize in advance for the quality of my lines. The weather changed and the Wi-Fi is acting up. But thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's an absolute honor to share the platform with Yumna and Patiswa, who I really look up to. Now, the writer Ta-Nehisi Coates has written something that is absolutely important. In an essay that he included in his latest message, he spoke about how he had been a journalist for 20 years and that the Palestinian conflict had always been regarded as too complicated to venture into. And you see that expression in South African newsrooms and in newsrooms across the world, where it almost feels too murky, where people don't want to sort of get into. And so as a result, what happens then is the narrative is completely reliant on wire copy, which is from Western media, that is not interrogated, and more importantly, that is just taken on face value. Now, the reality of it is that the South Africa's case, the genocide case, barely made a sting when South Africa went to the ICJ in local media compared to international media. It was only when the international media, emphasized the importance of, hey, this is massive, was there catching up with from South African media. So why is this? So I think that for a long time, the conflict seemed quite far away, right? Secondly, you have this two-sidisms that exist and has existed for a very long time, and you hear, regardless of whichever side you give airtime to, the other side will sort of attack you, right? So there's this kind of shine away that we're not going to broach this topic. Obviously, this was before this current genocide that is happening in Gaza. But the third element is that you have a very, very active Zionist lobby who will breathe down the neck of editors and almost intimidate them in some way for giving voices to Palestinian activists, and obviously responding to any criticism as anti-Semitism. Now, the reality of it is that South Africans see themselves in Palestine. The Palestinian struggle is very close to home. There's almost, and I've written about this, Hassan, over and over again, about how the parallels between the South African struggle and the Palestinian struggle, and that even in October 7 itself, as horrible as that was, you cannot dictate to a people how to an oppressed people, to a besieged people, to a jailed people, to an occupied people, how to fight back. And that narrative sat so uncomfortable with so many people, to the point where it has become clear to me in the last year who is comfortable with the notion of apartheid and who is not. Because as Ta-Nehisi Coates says, that you just discount the last year. If you look at what has happened, Palestine before this is apartheid, 101. And so he, we have to invoke that memory that Israel was not only an ally to South Africa apartheid state. It's the arsenal of the apartheid state. It empowered the apartheid government with nuclear weapons to kill us, to kill our parents, to kill our grandparents. And so I think that when you don't center it, when you don't bring it back to our lived experience, it can be forgotten or pushed out of the frame as if it's just another conflict far away from us.
But this is why I'm going to let you take whatever you want. But let me make it a little bit difficult because you're also a leading member of SANEF. Yeah. And one of your other leading members is Anton Harbour, who just published an article called The New Censorship, Labeling Opponents as Fascist. I hear Mandela can't go to the UK. I hear there's an attempt to stop Imtiaz Suleiman from speaking at the Helen Suzman Foundation's annual lecture. I mean, if anyone is to be deplatformed, it's us. Historically, we've had no right. We had no right to speak. We had to use boycotts. We had to use various tactics. How do you navigate to try and shift SANEF? How do you try to shift SABC? You don't have to. You're not representing SABC. But I'm just saying, how do you shift these big giants that are so afraid?
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. Afternoon. I was listening to the music that was playing here. The very first song said, "Inhliziyo isebumnyameni ifuna ukukhanya," as in the heart is in the dark. It needs light, or it's seeking light. It could not have been more discussion, because we have populations that are in the dark about what's going on in Palestine. They are not getting the information that they are supposed to be getting, or not to the extent that they're supposed to be getting in terms of journalism. The point that Kanita was making about the complexity of the story, that it's made complex. And I know one would consider it harsh from Coates, the American who has been writing on the matter, that he says we have a class of low information, very uncomfortable truth that he's actually bringing to light in terms of how we are reporting on Palestine in different parts of the globe. I think one of the things that have happened with the South African media, and it's something that we tend to overlook, we cannot decouple geopolitics from media. How the media conducts itself, it tracks what's happening on the globe in terms of geopolitics. And bearing in mind that institutional journalism, which is largely the case, you have institutions that provide news content, not individuals. They have ideological alignments to the players in the geopolitical space. So it becomes difficult to think that newsrooms or journalists are going to be reporting against what their bosses say. And in South Africa, it's something that it's not only what they want to tell the audiences, because journalism or media houses are actually instruments of influence. So it's not only what they want published or not published, it's also how they are sustaining themselves, because you still have to get advertising, but who's your advertiser? Have over you. And what is the information that you're going to publish, and the advertisers are going to say, we're pulling our advertising from your platforms or from your company. So you have all these things that play a role in what stories get covered and how they, particularly in this case. We've seen a lot, we've seen so the interests of media owners cannot be not paid attention to. The case of South Africa going to ICJ, I actually tracked the media coverage on that day of the outcome. Part of what it was asking the ICJ for. And it made breaking news, but it was interesting that some media houses waited until Israel responded to the outcome, and then they ran the story. And they were running it from the perspective of the response from Israel on the can tell the interest of the business that supports the media. The other part is, you said something about why we are not using Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is believed to be too close to the story to rely on it. So there is that element. Is not reliable, but there's a sense that it is too close to the story to be trusted, to be put on platforms without interrogating the information. And the other part which tends to come to play, and in fact, as I posted this conversation on Facebook, someone said, but how do you expect media that do not even have resources to cover the story next door? They can't cover Sudan, they can't cover Congo. How do you expect them to cover Palestine, which is quite a distance from where we are? So you get all these sorts of arguments. But my point has always been, at what point are we going to provide journalism that serves humanity? Because now we look at all these different things. It's about what the owners say, it's about what the next group says, and in fact, the conflicts between, or the tensions between the different sides in the country, they actually stress newsrooms. And some of the reasons that stories don't get run, it's because you know that you put one group on air and you're going to be harassed by the other. So you'd rather not run the story at all because you know that you're going to be harassed. You interview one person and then the next person they want to a right to reply, which is something that you can do. But the fact that we choose to walk away from the story because it complicates our lives is a problem.
So Yumna, you guys are too close to the action as a journalist ought to be. Can you talk to it?
Of course, we are close to the story, and that's a very important aspect of the journalists of Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is a network that relies on a lot of journalists on the ground. We are large teams with large resources and sources on the ground. We want to cover the story from every spectrum. We don't want to get the detail from one source. Even if we're in the south, for example, and we're covering something that's in the north, we know exactly what's happening there from different sources that we have on the ground that provide us everything with facts, evidence, footage, and everything that we can completely rely on. That's just how we operate. And the occupied territories in general for Al Jazeera is a very important territory because it's always a vibrating place. It's always full of ongoing and unfolding events every now and then. So Al Jazeera was one of the networks that was the first to cover the attacks of the 7th of October. Our first coverage, it was mine in particular for Al Jazeera English, was at 6:10 a.m. in the morning when the attack started at 6 a.m. in the morning. We are that close to every story. And we don't take that as a negative thing when someone says that we're very close to the story or we are very part of the story. Yes, we have to be. That's how we provide every single detail. And I think that that's a very important thing. that just makes us very much confident of our stories when we report them to the public. And that's a very important aspect for every journalist.
Kanisa, do you want to come in? I mean, I think of flying. We've got Star Alliance, so we've got some groups of who would identify with our global view, not necessarily on de-dollarization yet, but at least, politically, we see the world as a multipolar world. Why can't we push it? Kanisa, can you help me with that?
Yeah. Sorry again for the quality of my line, but to say that it is you have to, there's certain ideological fights that you're not going to win overnight, and it's things that are not going to kind of take preference when you're dealing with institutionalized racism, if you like, or this kind of anti anti-Arab slant, pro-Western slant in our media discourse, right? So we figured out that the base problem in terms of South African media is that we rely on Western media organizations as news sources for global issues. We don't have money to send journalists to Mozambique, our neighbor, 6 hours away, to cover an election that has since become violent, right? And the same example that Patiswa gave around Sudan, etc., right? So you're relying on your AFP, your APs. The problem then is with the interrogation, right, around framing. So 5 Palestinians died. Who killed them? Palestinians are being starved. Who is starving them, right? And that level of interrogation is not around framing and context doesn't happen. So you can't have bigger conversations around ideology when you have simple problems, right? Which is access. Secondly, resources to actually have like senior people handle the story and stay on the story, right? Where when a big case like the ICJ is argued, there are 3 South African journalists that are covering the case. This is South Africa taking Israel. The first time a Western ally is taken on genocide. South Africa is taking this case in January, and there are only 3 South African journalists that travel there, right? So when we say the problem is layered, this is what I mean. And so you cannot go into the more complex structures of like, how do you break Western narratives, etc., when you're dealing with just sort of baseline problems. Now we don't want to talk about a problem without looking at what a solution looks like. Firstly, it's what Tahise Cortez talks about, is centering Palestinian voices. South African media has access to that. There are many Palestinian journalists. There are many Palestinians who have who speak English. Firstly, secondly, who are in South Africa, who have come to South Africa, and who are accessible. Right. So centering Palestinian voices. Secondly, it's not buckling to pressure from the Zionist lobby. As a result, shutting down debate or conversation about it because it becomes, like Patisa says, becomes too uncomfortable and too annoying to deal with. The third thing that we have to do is to understand that big business will always play a role in the coverage of such a story, right? But I would like to think that mattered a year ago. But a year into a genocide, there's no way to whataboutism. There's no way for two-sidism. There's no way about, but what about X, Y, and Z? And we know what we're talking about there, right? And so I think that as a baseline, there has to be information and there has to be a constant stream of information, both to educate journalists, because you'd be very shocked at how many of our peers actually don't know the full picture of the Palestinian struggle. Secondly, we have to locate ourselves as South Africans in global solidarity with Palestinians. You can't have it any other way. The third element is to understand that media freedom struggles cannot be spoken about, and we cannot talk about our own suffering as South African journalists or as African journalists without locating the struggle of the Palestinian journalists. So when we're celebrating media freedom, when we're celebrating the freedom of the press in Section 16 of the Constitution, we are obliged, we are morally obliged to extend solidarity to Palestinian journalists, because we know that 173 have been journalists have been targeted and killed by Israel, and they're doing the same in Lebanon. And so I think that it has become quite tedious. And I know maybe Yumna, you can reflect on this, because it's, the solidarity is there for a day, 2 days. We signed one letter, we make noise, but every single day Palestinian journalists have been targeted, right? And the reality of it is that we are not doing enough as a global movement. And more than that, as South Africans, we have an added responsibility. Zubaida Jaffer spoke to me. She was an anti-apartheid journalist. She spoke to me earlier in the year. She says she's astounded by how little South African journalists are doing for Palestinians, because when she was languishing in solitary confinement as a pregnant woman by the apartheid state, it was global solidarity movements that put pressure on the apartheid government to release her.
But I want to talk about, because the media is also used, I don't want to use the word consumed, by citizens, by all of us, and people can speak back. So let me just park that to say, we've scheduled a meeting with 702 Prime Media regarding their coverage. And it's interesting that both 702 and SAFM were under the same pressures, because I think it looks like the Zionist lobby takes English very seriously. They can't be worried about Sitkosa Mutsweding and others, right? In the SABC matter, SAFM, they had Fakure, Ibrahim Tembisa Fakure, giving an overview of what's happening in the Middle East. There's planted a right of reply, not even called a right of reply. Someone blocked in, you can't call in, they are there talking their line. Someone who was also in the army, invariably when you're there, you're in the army, was born in Cape Town, Wasserman, etc. 702, they invited Naeem Jinnah to speak at all of a sudden, the show's logged in. You've got a Lieutenant General, someone, Zahid, who's giving a full report on it. So we want to just know, not that you shouldn't give a voice to the other side, but how did it come about? Why is it this work and then someone you don't even know, Lieutenant? I think that for Kanisa, for the two of you, I want to ask, and I know you're running from this because your son have members. In the free expression survey that Harbour and the team brought out, I think your editor at News 24 is also on the board. Ismail Mohammed's also on the board. They have two sentences. The one they said was a bit of an uproar, okay, full one sentence. Then a second sentence. This is not surprising, given the country's struggle history and sympathy with the Palestinian cause, powerfully expressed in the government's case before the International Court of Justice accusing Israel of genocide. Voila, that's it, nothing more. Then you have big article on Tiger, the cricket. These kind of things are done. It is whitewashing. This is a state of free expression, and they have one sentence on the genocide. I don't know. What can you guys say about that?
For me, it goes back to what I said initially, the interests of media owners. There is oh, okay, then but still about SANEF is made up of editors from a heterogeneous group of media houses. It's not as if we speak in one voice on any other issue. So that could be a problem. But in terms of solidarity with journalists in Gaza, we have actually issued statements. Yeah, we've spoken to that because these are our peers, they are our colleagues, but in a different part of the world, but being treated in a manner that does not advance the interests of humanity. And on the matter that we're raising about the Anti-Nahaba article, I mean, one thing that struck me, particularly where you make reference now to the Helen Suzman Foundation and IMTIAZ, it's who has the right or who's entitled to freedom of expression? And from being treated as part of that freedom of expression, because it doesn't only relate to the media, it's everyone who has the right to express themselves on any issue in the country or even on matters that relate to the issue, like the genocide in Gaza. So you sit and wonder, there are limitations for voices that are sympathetic to Palestinians, the limitations to the freedom that were the freedom of expression, whereas in other cases, other people are free to say what they need to say. So it's respected in one case and not respected in other cases. So that's been the issue for me. But where I mean, Kanita has said, we rely on international agencies for the coverage of international events because of resources. In some of the cases, we can't travel to get to these places. But who is behind the international agencies? Because for me, it's not just the information and the lack of interrogation, it's even the information that you get. Whose story are they telling that you are taking to run your platforms? Because your Reuters are not necessarily going to advance the cause of the Palestinians because they are from a different part of the globe, so their views on how the story must be told. But you end up with that because you have contracts with them, they provide you with information. So you have this information that you can't interrogate because you're not there and you don't know the basis of some of the views that are expressed in those stories. It is a problem.
So in rounding off, I mean, I think, Yumna, you need to tell us, as the top of Africa, big ambitions of uniting the continent. How do you think, media-wise, we can be more of Afrocentric, more Pan-Africanist, more global Soudish, if you want to use, not Saudi, but Soutish? How can we do that? You know, I mean, I know there's a lot of criticism about BRICS, but is there some option where at least we don't regard Europe as our starting point, or the US?
I think that the problem or the disconnection, Hassan, that is happening is because there is not a lot of reach. There is not a lot of communication. Like Kanita was saying and Fatiswa was saying, most of the journalists around the world, in South Africa, one of them, how many of them have gone to the occupied territories? How many of them have tried to report on events from the occupied territories, whether that is Gaza, the occupied West Bank, occupied East Jerusalem, and have reported about what's happening through their own eyes, through their own testimonies as journalists? I mean, for me as a journalist from Gaza, I'm not allowed to go to the West Bank. I'm not allowed to go to East Jerusalem. My borders are just the Gaza Strip. But I always invite other journalists around the world because people in all countries around the world, and the majority of the countries, they can just book a ticket without even a visa necessary and travel to the occupied territories and see for themselves. And I think that it really deserves to be reported through their own eyes. And when it is reported through their own eyes to their own audience in their home countries, in their lands, that's when the real connection happens. Because it takes us a very long time to reach the audience in other countries as Palestinian journalists. And this is one of the main reasons why it took the people around the world a very long time to understand what is really happening in the Gaza Strip or what's happening in the West Bank, to follow all these unfolding events. And that's the journalist's role. So, in order for us as communities to be stronger, to be more united, to be more connected, there is a very strong role and vital role of a journalist in doing that, in connecting those bridges together for the people. You can't expect someone to be connected to a culture that he has never heard about or knows anything about.
And you've heard the cries of juniorization of the newsroom, no training, etc. Kanisa, what is your way forward? How do you become more Afrocentric, Pan-Africanist?
I think the first thing is understanding the importance of centering the Palestinian narrative. So you cannot tell the story without, you can't write about Palestinians without Palestinians. And Hassan, you'd know that this was a cry in the anti-apartheid struggle, something on the lines of not about us without us, or similar, right? So that centering Palestinian voices, and I think that editors have that responsibility and have the ability to do that. Secondly, interrogation of what comes through the wires. And I think that there's a lot of pressure through social media, and I think that Gen Z has been really good about it to say, to challenge angles and to challenge how certain facts are presented, that it's just taken on face value when Israel says that they believe that there is a Hezbollah tunnel terror network under a hospital, when in fact there isn't. That's the second thing. Third thing is staying on the story, no matter how grim and grisly and how we have what I call systemic ADD as media practitioners. We just kind of move on to the next story. We can't when the death toll is at 40, and then when Israel is now bombing the fourth country. And so, a big test for us, Hassan, will be this week when South Africa presents its memoriam to the ICJ. So it's basically its case on paper. It's going to be about a 500-word document that it will present to the ICJ. We're not sure if it's going to be made public immediately, but South Africa's case to the International Court of Justice is basically sets out genocide. So how South African media deals with that type of story, where it's really close to home. The link is it's a story that you cannot ignore, will be a test for us. I think that those of us who have pockets of power in the media space, or voices or leverage, have to use that. And I was very proud of the colleagues who centered the names of the Palestinian journalists who were killed in a broader conversation around media freedom. And Yumna, you and I need to talk about how we can provide mental health support for Palestinian journalists, because as we focus on that for South African journalists, we need to sort of extend that assistance for those Palestinian journalists who have survived and are alive, because the devastation and the toll it has taken on their mental health is something we cannot even fathom. And then I think more importantly, the time now, so much has happened, and I think there needs to be this new level of courage that says this is not a conflict, this is not a kind of an equal two sides fighting each other where you don't really know who's the good guys and who's the bad guys. I think that safe approach, and I almost sympathize, I almost empathize a little bit with some of our media colleagues who try not to kind of get into the middle of something what has been deemed so complicated for such a long time. But I do think now there is no justification to not center Israel's genocidal war in our news coverage, number one. Number two, for there to be a scrutinizations of how it is angled through international copy. Three, to then go and reach out to Palestinian voices and reflect their worldview and their narrative. And then fourthly, we really have to realize that it is not something that we can just whisk away, we can just ignore, because that's what happened with the apartheid struggle until it wasn't ignored. And only when people started making noise in Ireland and in parts of the US, and when there were protests in the United Kingdom, did the apartheid government start realizing the importance of unbanning the ANC, and then later on the transition to democracy. This is just 30 years ago, you know. It became too costly. And we can't just one last point, Hassan, as I wrap up, is that you can't then say that journalists do not have a role in that. When we stand on the shoulders, myself and Patisa stand on the shoulders of people like Nat Nakasa, like Joe Klole, like on the shoulders of Zubeida Jaffer, people who use their pen to fight a brutal apartheid system. So we cannot just sit back and say, well, we don't have the money for it. There are ways around it. And the reality of it is we went through this and we cannot allow it for someone else to go through the same.
Thanks. I mean, clearly we also have to remember there's so many who've done sterling work. I mean, we who organize in other fields of work, we struggle, we create WhatsApp groups, we create whatever conversations. I really think journalists are better resourced than poor people working in mining affected communities. So really, I wonder if Roshdi, in next year, if you can almost commit that there be a bigger conversation about how we report the global south better. Palestine is part of that. It is the struggle for the moment. It is the burning issue of our times, right? But generally people, it's almost a self-hate about being black. Africans are not reported. We can tell you what's happening in Buckingham Palace, but not what's happening with the Buganda next door or somewhere. We just don't care, you know. In Sudan, yeah. And we were surprised. There's a big Sudanese refugee community here. There are refugee communities here. They're not maybe being attacked, so we don't know them, besides the Somalis. But so for me, we can't, it's not a brainstorm for SABC, but I think that we all must commit to raise the discussion. Why is it not possible to have a media review program where, because callers are so bright on SAFM, I learn a lot on South African call-in shows are not right-wing, right? Like in the US. But why is there not a sense where the political leaders, the others can actually listen to what people say, you know, on a weekly basis? I don't know. I'm asking.
I think for me, it's not even a case of having a weekly show. The discussion should happen. It should happen. There should be programming that's directed towards interrogating issues like these without even doing weeklies, but there should be dedicated slots that actually deal with issues whenever they arise, such that you don't confine it to a Sunday if it's going to be a Sunday. I tried to introduce a media and society program, but when I left, it was killed. That would have been one platform to deal with issues like these. That is, how is the media dealing with issues that society is grappling with? So But on the point you were making about BRICS, why shouldn't we, as journalists, have a structure like that, within the arrangement? I think for me, it would reinforce positionality of newsrooms in geopolitics if we do it that way. We would be actually perpetuating the same thing that we believe is a problem in the way the Gaza is reported. I do think that there's an opportunity with Doctors with report, which is an equivalent of Doctors Without Borders. So there's no reason that we don't have an active arrangement that talks to how journalists in different parts of the world get to exchange information and get to report on matters that are inaccessible to other countries. I mean, I always hold this view that there's no South African journalist. You are a journalist in South Africa. You are not a Palestinian journalist, you are a journalist in Palestine. So you should be able to share information, exchange ideas, and whenever things happen in your country, you should be able to send out information to others so that we get accurate information on what's happening in your part of the world, because we
don't take one question from the floor before we close. Anyone? Yeah, please. Yeah, you want to try starting and it'll give you a mic. Patricia, you know, as a black journalist, you're a member of the community first, before you were a journalist. That was a way to identify with the struggle. But over to you, my brother.
My question is, how are we hoping to have an alternative view with new SAPC platforms, you know, which are in response to the digital expansion? How will change happen within that space if newsroom are influenced by money, and when SAPC occupy the alternative space of digital media?
My question is, like I'm a fan. At home I watch Al Jazeera 24/7. I'm a self-taught current affairs journalist. I know everything. So I wanted to ask, at Al Jazeera and other news agencies, they don't show journalists in Israel who are objectively reporting actually what's actually asking as a global South citizen, why isn't their voice also being narrated, those who are telling the truth within Zionist Israel? Second question, the coalition of BRICS journalists. I have a feeling that BRICS is not transparent as it's coalition. We all know people in Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa, India, that those leaders there are oligarchs, are corrupt leaders. We know we're citizens. So I feel like we should take initiative, hence Reporters Without Borders, create those things without the Chinese government doesn't want stories to come out. In Brazil, it's better now. Dos Santos is here. South Africa, Pala case. The media is, we can tell, man, BRICS as a young journalist is not that friendly for me. But Al Jazeera as a young, upcoming journalist, I really want to work in the Middle East because they're the most objective, realistic, even when they are close to the story. In South Africa, apartheid, they were radio freedom. It's better to be close to the story than middle path in the story. Thank you.
Yumna, you just had some praise for Al Jazeera and your work. And I think regarding the question about Israeli journalist Gideon, what is Gideon?
Levy Gideon, yes.
Gideon Levy, yeah. They all get featured on Al Jazeera. Anyhow, Yumna, over to you. Amira Haas, yeah.
Well, I think that Gideon was guested on Al Jazeera screens and even programs more than once. And I believe that Al Jazeera is a very impartial journalism outlet when it comes to covering both sides of the story. And that really shows very much. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jazeera person or Al Jazeera correspondent, but I'm saying that because I like to speak out facts. So if you go back to our coverage since the beginning of the 7th of October, our coverage started by covering everything that was happening out of the Gaza Strip, the attacks that were coming out of the Gaza Strip. Reporters in Israel reported about stories of Israeli families in the southern Israeli communities or towns that are adjacent to the Gaza border and the aftermath of the 7th of October attack. We did stories about these families, the aftermath of what had happened with them by the Palestinian fighters, and that clearly shows that we are covering the both sides of the story and not just the Palestinian side. Every single time there is an attack from the Gaza Strip towards Israel in terms of rockets or other kinds of attacks, we cover that impartially. And even those videos that the Palestinian fighters send to on their attacks of the Israeli tanks and against the Israeli army in the Gaza Strip, we show these videos, we broadcast them. Some people choose to see that as, oh, we're showing the factors of power for the Palestinian fighters. But if you look at it from another angle, it will be also that we are becoming or that we are doing it equally. Like we are showing the Israeli attacks against the Palestinians, we're also showing the Palestinian attacks against the Israeli army. So how you look at it, that's according to the audience. But what's important for you as a journalist is to cover the full spectrum of the story from both sides of the divide. And I believe that that's what Al Jazeera is doing very well. And just one more thing. Can I just add one more thing? I'm very much surprised that a lot of journalists even speak about the fact that, oh, Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza are Palestinians, or that the fact that journalists in Gaza and that means that their story could be incredible because they are Palestinians and they're talking about their own stories when they completely neglect the facts and ignore the reality that UN organizations like UNRWA, like OCHA, like UNICEF that are on the ground in the Gaza Strip are providing the same exact reports of what we are reporting as Palestinian journalists in general and Al Jazeera journalists in particular.
Thanks. Kanita, you wanted to say something?
There's no difference between the stories.
Yeah, I agree. Kanita, you wanted to come in before I give to Patiswa to close up?
Yeah, and just to make the very important point that international journalists have not been allowed by Israel to go into the Gaza Strip, and that's something that you cannot discount. The fact that we have to rely on 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds to constantly become journalists because us and our colleagues can't get in is a huge indictment. When I see young journalists picking up their kids really who should be playing and enjoying their childhood, coming and narrating a genocide for us, there's no part of me that is excited by this phenomenon. It's absolutely heartbreaking, firstly. Secondly, we cannot discount the fact that when you want to warp people's understanding of a reality, you attack the message carriers first, and that's what Israel has done against Al Jazeera and the journalists who have been covering the case. They've killed them, they've killed their family members, now they've targeted them. There's a bizarre case where they released information about a journalist who they said was killed, who they said had joined Hamas in 2007. He would have been 10 years old at the time, right? And so again, the noise, the two sides, the whataboutism, you have to filter all of that out to understand the seriousness of what actually is going on. And so we can't be caught up in the noise about what about this and what about that, and to understand that what has Al Jazeera done that has distinguished itself in the coverage of Gaza. What it has done is that it has focused on this conflict in a way that no other media house has. Number one. Number two, it has given voices to the victims wherever the victims were. So when the victims were on the side of southern Israel, they gave voices to those victims. And when the voices have been for the last year in the Gaza Strip, now in Lebanon, then in Syria, they gave voices to that. Thirdly, there has been a constant, and that's what the takeaway, my takeaway message is that because of this constant effort to report, in spite of all of the blockages that Israel has imposed on journalists, they have become a target. And so journalism has become you have to first survive and then report. And so the world, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but in years to come, will owe a huge amount of gratitude to the journalists that we have now. Because if you think about it, the Director General of International Relations told me the other day, he says, what makes this war and this genocide different from everyone else is that it is being recorded in real time. And who is recording it? It's the likes of Hind al-Khudri. It's the likes of Yumna al-Zaid. Absolutely.
I want to stop here because we want to get you guys back here next year. So if we continue to talk now, they won't allow us to come back. I think Kolani's question is about sustainable funding for the SABC to do this work. But I wanted to say, before I allow you to say all the things you want to, is that this is a listening, like in the best traditions of the good ANC. It's a listening campaign that you've listened to what people have said. But I think we need to think of doing this a lot to what each of the constituencies do. And we're very thrilled as a board member of the SABC you've done this. But I think it should be systematic. There are so many marginalized causes here. Palestine is but the litmus test for our true humanity. This is the struggle of the moment. But I can take you to areas where people don't eat. You know that. Your journalists do it in the Eastern Cape, where there shouldn't be that kind of problem. But over to you. You can answer what you want, and we thank you for coming. We thank all of you for coming.
Yeah. I think the last part, if I was to start with that, I was actually surprised, but in fact, I'm not even sure why I was surprised, because it's a practice that we know. The news deserts that you see across the globe, because everybody says we don't have resources. There was one time we did a story in the Northern Cape, and to hear people saying, is this part of South Africa? Because it's the first time they had that there was that, in fact, that South Africa had that kind of a place in the country. So these are the problems that the media is struggling with. There are many places that we don't. About Al Jazeera, they have done well in spotlighting the human suffering. They've done well in that. I mean, no one can replicate what they've tried to do. That no one can actually get to that point. And in fact, what we see in international media, it's the reportage of the political, military issues. There's an attack, so many people died, and they walk away from the stories. It's announcements, basically, where you get to hear the voice of Palestinians when you get to watch Al Jazeera. The point that we're making about digital platforms, there's something that is good about digital platforms, but there are also problems with digital platforms, because if you look at who owns the, you are bound to know which story is going to be deprioritized, because that's what they do now. They deprioritize what you post on social media, and they deprioritize news content that's posted on social media. What I posted on the same day I was posting the digital banner that I got about this panel, I posted it on the same day I was posting my engagement, which is going to be on Monday, with the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington online. So I'm speaking to a group of journalists there. That post, within less than, I can't even remember, but it was less than an hour, I had about 128 people who had liked it and commented on it. This one had nothing. And then it was Hasina Katrada and someone else, but less than 5. An example of what happened today. 12 hours ago, I reposted the digital card for this discussion. I still have 8 people who have seen it. They deprioritize content that has to do with what's happening in the Middle East. That's what they do. So you can't even rely on digital platforms to think that you are going to play solidarity with Palestinians online, because they deprioritize anything that claims to be sympathetic to the plight of Palestinians. Is a problem. But where you were talking about the SAPC itself, more or less the same issues. The SAPC is setting up new platforms, digital platforms, so that it can have control over audiences. But those are still residing on Google platforms, because you still have a carrier for your news app. It's got to sit on a platform. But who owns that platform? That becomes the problem. So the fact that you have these powerful digital platforms, you're starting to see digital censorship. We are seeing all sorts of things. So they are going to find a way to constrain the voices. And they are going to find, in fact, they are finding already ways to suppress the voices that they don't know. So the fact that they have so much power and so much control on conversations that the globe should be engaging in.
But some of them, and you need to face them as a group. Roshni, would you want to come and just help thank the rest of the panel and make a promise about next year? I just want to say, Yumna, thank you. Anita, I know you're hiding your face away because of your coverage. And Patiswa, thank you very much. I know you're going to a SANEF dinner, so thank you very much.
Hi, guys. Not to keep you any longer, thank you so much, Patiswa, Yumna, Juanita, and Hassan, and of course, the audience here who have stayed till the end, and the audience online. And thank you to our great streaming team, Julian from Discover TV. Julian, always a great guy, and his fantastic team, and the Mark Theatre Photo Workshop and Afro Arts for putting this together. And lastly, but not least, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We thank you for allowing us to have this fantastic program, an open program, and we've had a fantastic day and very interesting discussions, lots more work, lots more thinking and engagements, and we do promise that we'll have more time and work better for next year. Thank you so much.